Aloha, and welcome to today's presentation, everybody. I'm JayDreamerZ, and today we're going to read the book of Esdras together. This is sometimes called 4th Esdras. Sometimes it's Ezra, sometimes it's Esdras. It depends on the language. Sometimes it goes by 2nd Esdras, 4th Esdras. There are many different books of the canonized version of the Bible, or the official version of the Bible. You know, some religions include some books, while other religions exclude some of those books. So the traditional Protestant Bible has 66 books. However, there's the Catholic Bible that has, that includes different books. There's the Ethiopian version that includes different books. One famous example of that is the book of Enoch. So this is similar to the instance of the book of Enoch, where they have traditionally just gotten rid of this entire book. And I love these apocryphal books. Sometimes they're regarded as pseudepigrapha, which means false writings. I love all these quote-unquote false writings and pseudepigraphas. They're not false, okay? It's just that it may not have been written by the traditional historic character named Ezra, if such a person even actually did exist. So they're very picky and choosy. They're very much, proud of the original authors, or who they believe to be the original authors. Regardless, I love any books that have apocalypse in it. There are many different Hebrew apocalypses. The apocalypse of Adam, the apocalypse of Abraham, and of course the apocalypse of Ezra. There's many more than that too. So I just want to say what's up to everybody in the chat, because we are doing a live stream right now. So what's up, Jason Leisure, Java Lang, Tasty Waffles, Heidi Lee, it's Courtney's Fellowship of Oddballs, and Zella Morales. Good to see you guys in here, and everybody else who might be joining us. What we're going to do is we're going to read this entire book, because I believe that it is about not one event that had happened around 70 AD, which was the destruction of the temple in Jerusalem, or the man-made temple in Jerusalem. I believe this is about a cyclical event. So I'm going to be providing commentary on what we read. It's going to be very much like going through the book of Revelation. Oh, if you notice that there's something on my nose, it's because I have a breathe right strip. It lifts up my nostrils so that I can breathe. So if you see something on my nose right there, that's what it is. It helps me to breathe. All right, cool. So, it's going to be similar to our breakdown of the book of Revelation. All right, I'm going to be commenting from a plasma apocalypse viewpoint. Many people are already starting to wonder about the symbolism of, the plasma double-headed eagle. I just made this thumbnail, the squatter man, electrical man, or whatnot. I'm going to talk about all this stuff because this book does. So, as long as the audio is okay, I turned the volume down a little bit. I've had some complaints. People were saying that the volume was too high and it was kind of like overpowering and crackly, and I don't like that. So I might have to get a new microphone soon. I'm not sure how to fix it. So I just turned the volume down. So if it's a little low on your end, just turn it up on your device and hopefully it'll sound good. I hope. All right, cool. So without any further ado, let's go ahead and jump right into the book of Ezra. The Apocalypse of Ezra also is something that it's known as. So I'm going to read and I'm going to comment as I go along. You can feel free to comment in the chat as well. What's up, everybody? Everyone who's just coming. Hey, thanks, Ryan. I appreciate your input. Everybody, good to see you guys. All right, cool. Let's check this out. This is a long book, so we're going to check it out, and I'm going to speed on through it, and we're going to examine it in detail. It's also very similar, just so you know. Ezra is one of, he's treated as a prophet, okay? So God, or the Hebrew God, is going to speak to Ezra. You're going to see a lot of correlations between the modern age that we live in now, remember these events are cyclical, and the age that Ezra lived in. As a matter of fact, the age that many of these prophets of the Old Testament lived in. Chapter 1, the second scroll of the prophet Ezra, the son of Sariah, the son of Azariah, the son of Hilkiah, the son of Shalom, the son of Zadok, the son of Ahitub, the son of Ahijah, the son of Phinehas, the son of Eli, the son of Amariah, the son of Azariah, the son of Mariamot, the son of Arna, the son of Uzziah, the son of Borit, the son of Abishua, the son of Phinehas, son of Eleazar, the son of Aharon, from the tribe of Levi. Ezra was a captive in the region of the Medes during the rule of King Artaxerxes of the Persians. Okay, little backstory, okay? This part is boring to most people. This part used to be boring to me. However, reading these genealogies helped me to really learn the Hebrew language, okay? Every single one of these names is not just the name of some guy. It's a descriptor. These people were described after events that happened during their lifetime or prophecies that led up to their births. So you can actually learn a lot of the historic record by just studying the names and learning what the names mean, right? They're descriptions of these people, their attributes, and the things that were happening during the time of their birth. Now, rejection of Israel as God's people. I will be reading this from the perspective that it's not talking about the modern land of Israel. I don't believe that's Israel. If you do, that's totally fine. But I believe that Hyperborea contains the ancient land of Israel and the ancient city of Jerusalem. And Hyperborea is located at the North Pole. All right, now it says, the Lord's word came to Ezra, Hoshi's son, in the days of King Nebuchadnezzar. Now remember, Nebuchadnezzar in the Bible was the king that had the strange dream and needed Daniel to interpret the dream about the trees and whatnot, or the giant tree that grew up into the earth. Basically, the Axis Mundi and the Tree of Life. He says, go and announce to the people their crimes. Tell their children about the sins that they committed against me. Let their children also announce to their own children, because the children have added to the parents' sins. They forgot me and offered sacrifices to foreign gods. Didn't I bring them out of the land of Egypt where they lived in slavery? Why then have they angered me and rejected my advice? Now, God's commanding him, and just like he did all these prophets, he says, go to the people and tell them, judge them, let them know you are an evil crowd. You're corrupt. You people have lost your way. And that's what I'm screaming. That's what I'm telling. That's what I'm yelling from the rooftops all the time, but especially here on my channel. Not to everybody, don't take it personally. However, corruption has affected all of us in many ways, shapes, and forms, and it's getting worse and worse and worse. Why? From a plasma apocalypse view, from a different cosmology, I understand, and my perspective is that the energy on the surface world where we live is being drained down into the heart of the earth, creating a sinful condition or a lack of energy, or what we call entropy, up here on the surface. The good news is that it doesn't affect everybody. There are some of us who seem to be born with a seed to the lost tribes, a seed to the tree of life, welling up within us like a fountain. So we don't feel at home under these conditions, right? Under a lack of energy. We're energetic beings. We're powerful. We have strong spirits on the inside. So we resonate with the Golden Age, with Hyperborea, with the Garden of Eden, with these concepts of a beautiful place as the world should be. Okay, but as it once was, and as it is today, so was it during Ezra's time. So God says, go out and tell these people, they're all lost, they're messing up, they're forgetting my commandments, they're being evil. Therefore the Lord says, tear out your hair and hurl every kind of disaster at them, because they haven't obeyed my law. Undisciplined people. How long will I put up with them? And after I granted them so many favors, I have overthrown many kings for their sake. I plunged Pharaoh together with his servants and his whole army into the sea for them. On the other hand, this also kind of sounds like the Goblin King from the movie The Labyrinth. Everything I've done I've done for you. He goes on to say, didn't I destroy the city of Bethsaida for your sake? Didn't I burn up 2 cities south of you, Tyre and Sidon, with fire and kill those opposing you? Didn't I bring you through the sea and make walls to your right and your left. I gave Moses and Aharon to you as leaders. I gave you a column of lightning for light. These are the many wonderful deeds that I performed amongst you, but you have forgotten me, says the Lord. Now, let's take a look at some of these deeds, right? As you notice, I highlighted a column of lightning for light. This is a pillar of light. This is talking about the geoplasma that's created within the Earth whenever the Earth releases the magnetic field during the neutral point of a polarity shift. And all of those gases that are held back by that strong magnetic force are now released, and they flood through the cracks and crevices and caves of the world. They become ionized and they shoot up into the air as columns of lightning or columns of plasma. Also, the seas rising, just lifting up into the air, right? That's due to atmospheric depressurization and Archimedes' principle, which causes an increase in buoyancy during that time. Oh, I just got a donation. I didn't see that. Sunshine Valentina, 1977. Thank you very much. That was very kind. The Lord says this: the quails were a sign for you. I gave you safe places to camp, and there you grumbled. I sank your pursuer along with his enemy, or his army, and yet the people grumble about their own destruction. What kind of return is this for the favors that I granted you? This is a reference to when the lost tribes, or when the people, the Hebrews, were wandering about in the wilderness trying to look for the promised land, just after they had been released from Egypt, right? So this works on many different levels, symbolically, internally, worldwide, historically, okay? On one level, it's also talking about us, okay? We've been released from these troubles and these pains and these trials, but the day is coming whenever we will also, once again, be released from the system that we currently live in, that enslaves us like a modern-day Egypt of ancient times, okay? You'll all be set free. What are you going to do when you're set free? Are you going to continue just doing the same thing you've always done, which is being a servant of Egypt? Are you going to bring the old Egyptian attitude into paradise with you? Well, that's not welcome. You need to change and transform your mind and accept freedom. He goes on to say, when you were hungry and thirsty in the wilderness, you called out to me. Why did you lead us into this wilderness to kill us? It would have been better for us to serve the Egyptians than to die in this desert. Therefore I felt sorry for your groans. I gave you manna, and you ate. When you were thirsty, I split open the rock, so that water flowed in abundance. Because of the hot sun, I created trees covered with leaves for you. I gave you fertile lands. I drove out the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Perizzites, and their children before you. What more can I do for you, says the Lord. It's funny, Perizzites kind of sounds like parasites. The Lord says this, in the desert, when you were thirsty, at the bitter river, and you insulted my name, I didn't become angry. Instead, I cast wood into the water, and I made the river sweet. What will I do to you, Jacob? Judah, you wouldn't obey me. I will turn to another nation and give them my name. They will certainly keep my ordinances. When those who abandon me beg for mercy, I won't have mercy upon them. When they call upon me, I won't hear them, because they have stained their souls and have hands stained with blood. Your feet aren't slow to commit murder. You haven't abandoned me. Rather, you have abandoned yourselves, says the Lord. Now, I don't always agree with everything that Yahweh does of the Old Testament, okay? Some things can be pretty strange sounding or, have been questionable to different people. But I agree with this. As far as looking at the modern world, I agree with the prophets of old, okay? I look at the world today, and this is what I see: an evil, perverse, corrupt, and base generation of people. And that's why these types of writings are so important to people like myself, as reminders to strengthen myself internally. I'm not really doing it to remind any of you personally. This is more self-talk, but I know that there are people out there that vibe with, with how I feel. The Lord says this, "Didn't I plead with you like a father with his sons, like a mother with her daughters, and like a nurse who loves her little one, that you should be my people, and I your God, and that you should be my children, and I your father? I gathered you as a hen gathers her chickens under her wings. But what will I do with you? I will throw you out of my presence. When you bring me offerings, I will turn my eyes away from you. I didn't command you to observe festival days, new moons, Sabbaths, and circumcisions. I sent my servants, the prophets, to you. You took them, mangled them, and slaughtered those who had been sent. But I will make you pay for their deaths, says the Lord." Now I want to comment on this as well. This also happened during the Dark Ages. Okay, I completely believe that there's mounds upon mounds of evidence that similar types of God's chosen people, people of power, prophets, and the like, okay, they go by different names, but they were powerful people. They were sent out into the world. And it was a time where public executions and torture was prevalent immediately after this in the quote-unquote Enlightenment and Middle Ages and, the times immediately after the Dark Ages. They were just murdering people, just coming up with all kinds of sadistic, satanic, and demonic torture devices, publicly using them, humiliating them on the streets. Now, these people were like superheroes to me. So this happens time and time again. It's cyclical. Oh, and also he's, regarding him not commanding them to observe the festival days, the new moons and Sabbaths and stuff like that, he's not saying that he didn't command that. He's saying, more importantly, just like Jesus said, okay, the command is to love your neighbor, okay, to live life lovingly, okay, to share the world with one another. So these are all secondary. I guess you could look at it like that, okay? He's like, what good is observing the Sabbath? What good is observing circumcision or new moons or festival days? For example, if you're out there murdering all the good people, okay, because they don't have your worldview, or they have a different perspective than you do, or a different belief system than you do. That's evil. The Almighty Lord says this. Actually, on top of that, I just want to make this comment too. That's happening now with a lot of belief systems, a lot of perspectives, a lot of world views. For example, the people who believe that the earth is flat. That's a world view. Shame on every single channel out there. All these professional troll channels that's all they do is just insult and make fun of flat earthers. Shame on you. It's terrible. You're lucky that's a gray area. If it was the LGBTQ whatever crowd and you were saying the same crap, you'd be a bigot. Say that about any other of these protected groups. Okay, I think it's ridiculous. You're a bunch of pseudo-intellectual bullies. A bunch of lame jocks. Frat boys or wannabe frat boys who probably couldn't even make it into a frat. So you just decided to intellectually gang up on people and jump on some wannabe intellectual, high horse and try to pick on people, putting them down, insulting them, making them sound like they're just complete idiots. Shame on you. All of you. Every single one of you. I don't care if you got a YouTube channel or if it's just you doing it in private. That's terrible. That's just a perspective, man. And you want to slam on these people, talking about how they shouldn't procreate and, it's terrible, man. Shame on you. Like just utter, filthy, disgusting shame on you. And this is how the prophets of old felt, okay? This is not just me, but the old ways have returned, buddy. So guess what that means for all of you wannabe intellectual jocks and those with, intelligence superiority complexes. You better watch yourselves. Watch your mouth because God's watching. And if this is cyclical, I don't have to do a damn thing. Neither does anybody else. The good people, get what they deserve. They stack up for themselves treasures in the future. And as we know from every religion, bad people always get what they deserve. So enjoy your time while you have it now, buddy, during the season of Satan. because your time's short. Man. All right, anyways, let's continue on. He goes on to say, I will hand over your houses to a people who will come from far away. Those who didn't know me will believe me, and those to whom I showed no sign will do what I commanded. They didn't see prophets, but are mindful of the prophet's antiquity. The apostles will joyfully testify to the coming people. Those who didn't see me with their physical eyes believe in their spirit. They have heard the things I said, and they believe me. Now I'm going to comment on this too. Shoot, this might be a long video. This might be a long one because I got a lot of, I feel about a lot of this stuff, okay? So listen, what he's saying here, okay, this is my interpretation of this, is that, and biblically it's sound, that evil people need the laws. Evil people need instruction to be told, hey, don't kill people. Hey, don't steal from other people. That's what the law's for. It's for all the degenerate, base, and just bad guys, okay, that are out there. It's not for good people. You have that law already written on your heart. You don't need to be told that. You already know. It comes naturally. It's intuitive to you, okay? So all these people who, were given the law, what does that say about them? Think about that. That's something to think about. Now, Father, look with pride and see the people coming from the east. I will give them authority, together with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, Elijah and Enoch, Zechariah and Hosea, Amos, Joel, Micah, Obadiah, Zephaniah, Nahum, Jonah, Malachi, Habakkuk, and the 12 angels carrying flowers. The only thing I want to say about this is they're coming from the east. There's a prophecy that says that the great river, Euphrates, will dry up to make way for the kings of the east. The Euphrates is an entrance into paradise, into the Garden of Eden, not the modern day Euphrates. That's not the real Euphrates. Neither is neither is that the real Tigris or Tigris, however you want to pronounce it. Okay. All right, let's move on to the second chapter. It's going to get even better. Oh, I can't wait. Ooh, I love these Old Testament prophets. I freaking love them. I'm trying to put the silencer on my cup when I drink this coffee. I hope I'm not slurping. I'm sorry if I am. All right, chapter 2. What's up, everybody? Good to see you guys in the chat. All right, chapter 2. Excuse me. The Lord says this, I led forth a people to whom I gave commandments, like we just said, but they were unwilling to listen, and they ignored my advice. The mother who bore them says to them, go, children, because I am widowed and abandoned. I brought you up with joy, but I will send you away with mourning and sadness, because you have sinned in the presence of the Lord God and have done bad things in his sight. But now, what will I do for you? I am a widow and abandoned by my children. Go, children, and seek mercy from the Lord, for I am left all alone. I call upon you, Father, concerning the mother of those who were unwilling to keep your covenant. Throw them into confusion and their mother into ruin. May they leave no descendants, but be scattered among the nations. May their names be wiped from the earth because they despise my covenant. Now I just want to comment on this part. May they leave no descendants. That's happening right now as the fertility rates are dropping to levels where countries cannot sustain themselves or their populations. Okay? The right to reproduce is being revoked. How terrible it will be for you, Assyria. You who are hiding the wicked in your midst, evil city. Remember what I did to Sodom and Gomorrah, whose land was dragged down all the way to hell? I will do the same to those who haven't obeyed me, says the Almighty Lord. I think that speaks for itself, don't you? The Lord said this to Ezra, announce to my people that I have prepared a feast for them, and I will give them the kingdom of Jerusalem, which I was about to give to Israel. I will take Israel's glory for them, and I will give it to them, the eternal dwelling places that I've prepared for Israel. The tree of life will provide them with fragrant ointment, and they won't labor or grow tired. So I just want to point this out. When the atmosphere is electrically amplified, as it is when you live under a giant plasma sheath, a protective barrier within Hyperborea, and you live near, this positive ions that are just constantly shooting up from Rupus Negra, you won't be tired. You'll never be tired. You won't lack energy the way we do today, where the energy is just draining from the surface. You'll be completely energized for an eternity, which if you actually look at the Greek, eternity doesn't mean just infinitely. It just means for an age, okay? Eternal, for an age, which, 1,000 years, give or take. Ask and you will receive. Ask for yourselves just a few days so that your days may be shortened. Let me read that part again. Ask and you will receive. Ask for yourselves just a few days so that your days may be shortened. Already my kingdom is prepared to come, so be watchful in spirit. I call heaven and earth as witnesses. I have dismissed evil and created good because I live. Now this is interesting. This just reminds me of the shortening of the days, which is happening right now. The days are being shortened. The days are quickening. Time is speeding up. And I feel like there's mounds of evidence to support that particular claim. And that's one of the omens of the apocalypse. Time going faster and faster. Good mother, embrace your children. Give them joy like the dove that brings up its children. Make their feet steady. For I have chosen you, says the Lord. I will raise the dead from their places and from their tombs, for I have recognized that my name is in them. The dead will rise. Okay? All the energy is coming up, rushing throughout all those caverns, all of those catacombs, all of the burial places, and the dead are going to come back to life. Don't fear, mother of the children. I have chosen you, says the Lord. I will send my servants Jeremiah, Isaiah, and Daniel to help you. It was on their advice that I have made you holy. I will prepare 12 trees with various kinds of fruits for you, and 7 springs full of milk and honey, and huge mountains bearing roses and lilies, which I have prepared for you and your children. I will fill your children with joy. Personally, I believe it's talking about the Garden of Eden and a return to the Garden of Eden. Defend the widow's rights. Judge in favor of the fatherless. Provide for those who are in need. Protect the orphan. Clothe the naked. Care for the broken and the weak. Don't mock the lame, but protect them instead. Help the children, or help the blind to see a vision of my glory. Gather the old and the young within your walls. Watch over your infants. Let your servants and your employees rejoice, and your whole community will have good morale. Now, I agree with all of this, okay? Be good. Do kind things, okay? Make your actions good, not just words, not just gathering knowledge, but production. Produce, right? Go produce good fruit in the world. I mean, it's just to good people, I feel like that's just a simple concept. But to evil people, it's just the most complex, difficult thing to grasp. When I find your dead, I will raise them. I will watch for signs, and I will give them the front seat at your resurrection, which I will bring about. Wait a little, and your rest will come. Once again, it's talking about the resurrection of the dead. The actual physical dead people in the earth right now are going to come back to life during these different events. Good nurse, nourish your children. Strengthen those who you bore and make their feet steady, because none of those whom I have given you will perish. I will require them from your number. Give it your all. Strengthen them. Days of pressure and anguish will come. Others will weep and be sad, but you will be happy and have plenty. All the nations will be jealous of you, but they won't be able to do anything against you, says the Lord. All things tremble before me. My eyes see the pit of hell. Rejoice, mother, with your children, and I will rescue you, says the Lord. I will remember your children who sleep, because I will seek out from the breadth of the earth. I will seek them out. Strengthen them in the abundance of your glory and show mercy, because I am merciful, says the Lord. Embrace those born from you until I come, and show mercy to the others, because my springs will overflow, and my favor won't fail. My springs will overflow. A lot of people would just internalize that and just say, oh, that's just symbolic language. I agree, but I also believe there's actual springs in the earth, fountains, places of power that shoot up those energetic plasmas. Maxime Lamoth just gave away a free JayDreamerZ membership to Not the Gozerian. Congratulations. Okay, let's continue on. Once we get into chapter 3, that's when it starts talking about the apocalypse. I, Ezra, received the command from the Lord on Mount Oreb for Israel, but they rejected this commandment. I say to you who hear and understand, wait for your shepherd. I will give you your eternal rest, because the end of the age and the decline of humankind are near. Be prepared for the kingdom's rewards, for everlasting light will shine on you, and eternity is prepared for you. Run away from this world's shadow that holds your glory captive. I testify that my Savior has been commissioned by the Lord. So now Ezra is letting you know there's some sort of Savior figure on the way. Something is going to happen to change all of this. The negativity and the evil. Receive the joy that comes from your glory, all of you, giving thanks to him who has called you to heavenly kingdoms. Rise, stand, and see the number of those sealed at the feast, those who have transferred themselves from the shadow of this world and received bright garments from the Lord. Welcome your full number, Mount Zion. Receive the full tally of your white-robed people who serve you in obedience, because they have fulfilled the Lord's law. Since you have long wished for your children to come, fill up their number. Ask the Lord's sovereign power that your people may be honored as holy, since they were called from the beginning. That's another thing I really like too, called from the beginning, right? Some people have just been called from the beginning, you know? It reminds me of, what was the book? Not Ruth, but the other one. She says that she was born for such a time as this. Remind me in the chat. I forgot what book that was. But that's why I feel like I'm here. I'm here for such a time as this, right? This is my purpose. This is the tough times. And therefore, the tougher it is and the harder it is, the more honored I feel. When I take a moment to just step back away from the chaos, the distractions, and the craziness, deep down, I know, my spirit knows how honored I am to live during these terrible times, being who I am. Somebody that's not terrible, somebody that looks for the good and shares it with others. It truly is an honor to make it through this far. I, Ezra, saw on Mount Zion a great crowd, which I couldn't number. They were all praising the Lord together with songs. In their midst was a tall young man, standing above all the rest. He placed crowns on each of their heads, and they were further honored. I began to wonder, and I asked an angel, "Who are these people?" The angel answered to me, and he said, "These are the ones who took off the mortal garment and put on the immortal, and confessed the name of God. Now they're being crowned, and they're receiving palms." I said to the angel, Who is that young man who gives them all crowns and palms? The angel answered and said, "That's God's Son, whom they confessed in the mortal world." I began to praise and celebrate the Lord. The angel said to me, "Go announce to his people how many wonders the Lord has shown you." Now let me comment on this, okay? So this is one of the reasons why people doubt that, this was written, 400 or 500 BC, as it claims that it is. And they date this particular book more to like 70 AD, the fall of Jerusalem, 90, 100, somewhere in that timeline. And this is one of the reasons, because clearly there's a mention to Jesus, right? When there's a mention of Jesus or a Christ-like figure in the Old Testament, that's referred to as a Christophany, okay? It's like an epiphany, but with Christ at the beginning, okay? You see Christ, you see Jesus anachronistically, which means before his time or out of place, instead of like the gospel timeline or whatever, right? But this is an entity that is eternal, okay? It comes and goes, especially if it's cyclical, right? It leaves, it comes back. It dies, it lives. It dies again, it lives again, okay? And I love it. I love that people are focused on, forget names, forget flesh, okay? It represents an energy. There is a love. There is all the things that are encompassed and represented and symbolized by the biblical figure known as Jesus. Hold up. My light turned off. And now my light's back on. Anyway, I just love this, okay? It has nothing to do with like a confession, like I admit it or whatever, or knowledge simply. But it's that knowledge and that resonant energy. Your family with Jesus. Your family with that love. That vibration, that frequency, that's you. That's a part of you. It's in you. You vibe with that. You recognize it. You call out to it. You embody it. I don't know. Let me continue on. Chapter 3. Okay, now we're going to get into the apocalypse. Hold on, let me pull my chat up here. All right, cool. We're on 2nd Esdras, chapter 3 now. Now it's about to get hot. Chapter 3, in the 30th year after our city was destroyed, this is also why people think it's, Babylonian, or not Babylonian, 70 AD, the fall of Jerusalem, etc., right? Listen, Jerusalem, the original one, is constantly being destroyed and rebuilt. The temple, the real temple, is not built by human hands, okay? It's not a physical building that humans build for God or whatever. It is an earthly dwelling that is built by angels or demons or electromagnetic forces, however you want to say it. But it's Rupus Nigra. It is Mount Meru. It is at the center of the world, and it's the throne, the seat, the dwelling place of the light that comes up out of this world and fills it with a different energy, a good energy, and leads us into a golden age. And it goes back and forth. It's destroyed, it returns. It's destroyed, it returns, because it's cyclical in nature through these polarity shifts. In the 30th year after our city was destroyed, I, Salatiel, who am also Ezra, was in Babylon. So oftentimes during this time, these people had two different names. They had their Babylonian name, or their pagan name, or however you want to describe it. And then they had their Hebrew name, right? Or their true name. Now, you're born with a Babylonian name, okay? You're given for the most part, a senseless name that doesn't mean a damn thing. It's Babel, okay? All of you, most of you out there, probably myself included, I don't know. But you're given a name that means nothing. Your parents have no idea what your names mean. Your grandparents might know, possibly, but people have lost all meaning in words, and your name is a word, okay? So if you're nameless, if you're wordless, if your word that describes you means nothing, then you have been labeled nothing. Then you have the Hebrew name, which comes from within. It's a real definition. It's a real descriptor, and it truly describes you. He goes on to say, I was disturbed as I lay on my bed, and my thoughts kept welling up inside of me, because I saw how Zion lay in ruins, and how those who lived in Babylon enjoyed abundance. I was deeply disturbed. I began to speak reverently to the Most High. Supreme Lord, didn't you speak in the beginning when you fashioned the earth and did this alone? Didn't you command the earth and it gave you, Adam, a lifeless body? But it was the work of your hands, and so you breathed into him the breath of life, and he came to life in your presence. You led him into paradise, which your strong hand had planted before earth came to be. You gave him one command, and he disobeyed it. And so you immediately appointed death for him and for his descendants. Nations, tribes, peoples, and families without number were born from him. Each nation lived by its own will, and people acted without giving you a thought. They acted with scorn, and you didn't prevent them. But again, in time, you brought the flood upon the world and upon those who live in it, and you destroyed them. Their fate was all the same, and death came upon Adam, so the flood came upon them. But you left one of them, Noah, with his household, and all the righteous descended from him. Time out. I want to comment on something that's in this particular area about the Garden of Eden. It's talking about the Garden of Eden being planted before the earth came to be. It's very important when reading Genesis chapter 1 and the creation event, right? And understanding the sequence and the order of things that were created. Because I believe that we've had it wrong for a long time, okay? So for example, there is on one of the little sections at the very beginning, it's talking about the waters and the firmament and the waters being separated from the waters, etc. But then it stops talking about waters and it starts talking about seas. And when it references the seas, it says, let all the water, which is referencing the water on the surface of our world, be pulled together. Let all the water come together into one place. And he called them seas. If all the water is together into one place, it won't be plural. It won't be that sea over there, that sea over there, as if there's separations and whatnot. It would just be a lake in the middle of the world. Well, interestingly enough, that word seas is yam in Hebrew. And in the ancient times, it didn't just mean like a big body of water, like a big lake or a sea. It could also mean a river, a mighty river, as a matter of fact, one that was so mighty it was loud, rushing. And I believe these are the 4 rivers of paradise that it's describing when it said, let the waters come together into one place. These are the indrawn seas at the North Pole. Anyways, and that my point is, in the book of Genesis, it talks about the creation of paradise before the creation of everything else, which makes sense. That's where God lives, or that's where this light of the world walks and lives and dwells, right? So that's the very first place that was made. All right, cool. Let's continue on. When those who lived on earth began to multiply, and multiply they did, children, peoples, and many nations, they began again to act wickedly, even more so than the previous ones. When they committed an iniquity before you, you chose from among them. You chose one from among them whose name was Abraham. You loved him and showed him alone the end of times, secretly by night. This would be the apocalypse of Abraham. You made an eternal covenant with him, and you told him that you would never abandon his family line. You gave him Isaac. You gave him Jacob and Esau to Isaac. You set Jacob apart for yourself. But you set Esau aside, and Jacob became a great multitude. When you brought his descendants out of Egypt, you led them to Mount Sinai. Hold on, I just want to comment on Esau real quick before I continue on. So Esau was hairy and red. Okay, I think Esau represents the dog-headed tribe, the Bigfoot race that's down inside of the earth, Gog and Magog. Okay, so Jacob, up here on the surface, populated and, outnumbered. Esau went away. So anyways, that's my thoughts on that. When you brought his descendants out of Egypt, you led them to Mount Sinai. You bent down the heavens. You shook the earth. You moved the world. You made the abyss tremble. You made the whole cosmos shudder. That's not symbolic. Just want to tell you. Okay? We live in a closed system. All of what you call the cosmos and the stars and all that stuff up there that you see, there is a solid firmament up there. And I'll be doing another video on the firmament here shortly because it's important to me. That's why the sky can shudder, okay? Has nothing to do with like atmosphere or how the gases make the stars look like they twinkle or whatever. No, the sky, the solid portion of the sky, there's an invisible portion and there's a solid physical portion. It shakes when the earth shakes because it's a part of the earth. Your glory passed through the 4 gates of fire, earthquake, wind, and ice, so that you would give the law to Jacob's descendants, the rules to be observed to Israel's offspring. But you didn't take away from them the inclination to do evil, so that your law might bear fruit in them. The first Adam, burdened with this inclination, disobeyed you and was overcome. But so were all the descendants from him. The disease became permanent. The law was in the people's heart, along with the wicked root. And that which was good departed, and the wickedness remained. Time passes, and years were completed, and you raised up for yourself a servant named David. You told him to build a city in your name and to bring you offerings in it, and to bring to you what was yours. This was done for many years, but those who inhabited the city sinned, doing in every manner, just as Adam and all his descendants had done, for they too exercised the inclination to do evil. So you handed your city over to your enemies. Now, this is Ezra talking to God, holding him accountable, saying, what the hell? I'm going to paraphrase, okay? He's saying, what the hell? I don't get it. What are you doing? Like, you make all these beautiful people, and then you allow evil to exist and to procreate and to multiply. What's going on? Right? Ezra, like so many other prophets before him and after, questions God and says, I don't get it, Big Dan. What's going on? Why is this happening? You go back and forth all the time, right? And the good seems to be so little and the evil seems to be so big, especially during these times that the prophets lived, right? So he's just reminding God. He's also just doing some self-talk, knowing like, this is where I am, God. Okay, this is what I've seen. Let me recount for you the historic record. Okay, and this is my perspective. That's why I'm coming to you. So what he recognizes is the rise and the fall, a pattern, okay, of good and evil happening over and over. I said then in my heart, are the lives of Babylon's inhabitants any better? Is that why Babylon has gained dominion over Zion? Is that why corrupt people inherit the earth, or seem to? But when I came here, I saw their countless godless acts. I've seen many sinners during these 30 years. And then my heart failed, because I saw how you sustain these sinners and have spared those who act without giving you a thought. I saw how you destroyed your people and preserved your enemies, and haven't given anyone any clue as to how to make sense of these ways. Does Babylon do better than Zion? Has any other nation known you besides Israel? What tribes have believed your covenants, as have the tribes of Jacob? Whose reward hasn't appeared and whose labor hasn't borne fruit? I have traveled widely amongst the nations and seen them enjoying abundance while not giving your commandments a thought. Now then, put our sins on one side of a pair of scales and put the sins of those who live in the world on the other side. Let's see then which way the scales tip. When have those who live on earth not sinned in your sight? And what other nation has observed your commandments as has ours? You will find individuals who have kept your laws, but nations you will not. So he's making the case. He's saying the whole world seems to be corrupt and evil. And amongst all of those who are evil, there is none righteous, not one. Okay? amongst all of those evil, you can't find a lot. You can't find a lot. You can't find a righteous person, right? This is a case that's been made over and over and over. And he's fed up. You know, he's sick of it. So he's just letting them know, hey, you gave us all your laws and stuff. We've done our best. We're trying to obey them. But look at the rest of the world. They don't even care about your laws. And they're rich. And they're disgusting in their festivities and their celebrations. And they live like kings all over the earth. And they're evil. What gives? Okay. I vibe with that. Now he's done. He made his case, so the angel's going to respond on behalf of God. Then the angel who had been sent to me, whose name was Uriel, which means the fire, the strong fire or the strong light, okay? Or godly light, you could say. Whose name was Uriel, replied, your mind has utterly failed with regard to this world. And do you think that you can understand the way of the Most High? Let me remind everybody of the book of Job, or Yov, okay? Same concept. Job goes before God. What the hell? What's going on here, right? So this angel is going to have a similar response. He's saying, I get it, I understand, but you're like a little child. How cute. You don't see the bigger picture. So he says, your mind has utterly failed with regards to this world. And do you think that you can understand the ways of the Most High? I will also comment and say, our minds right now, today, have utterly failed with regard to this world. The things of this world, our cosmology, our perspective, how we see the actual home that's been given to us, how we treat it, ourselves, one another. Do you think you can understand the way of the Most High? I said, yes, my Lord, I do, actually. He answered and said, I am sent to show you 3 ways and to set 3 problems before you. If you can say anything to me about one of these ways, then I'll show you the way that you want to see, and I'll teach you why the heart leans towards evil. So I said, speak, my Lord. Go for it, right, as a test. So he said to me, okay, go and weigh for me the weight of fire. Tell me how much fire weighs. Or measure for me a blast of wind. Or call back for me the day that is past. I answered, I said, who alive can do this? How can you ask me such things? Uriel said to me, if I had asked you how many dwellings are in the depths of the sea, or how many springs are in the source of the abyss, or how many paths are there above the dome, or which are the exits of paradise, you would perhaps have said to me, I haven't descended into the abyss, nor as yet into hell, nor have I ever ascended into heaven. But I've only asked you here now about fire and wind, and the day that you just passed through, things you can't exist without, and you haven't answered me about any of these. He said to me, you can't even understand the things that are yours, which you have grown up with. How can your mind contain the ways of the Most High? How can a person who is already corrupted by the corrupt world understand the realm beyond corruption? I fell on my face. I said to him, it would have been better for me not to come into being than to come here and to live in the middle of wickedness and suffer and not understand why. So let me just paraphrase real quick. He's coming before this angel. He's saying, I don't understand. This is messed up. I hate this. I don't like the times that I'm living through. The people are bad. It seems unfair, damn it. And the angel's saying, well, you live in that corruption. That corruption goes through you too. It's corrupted your mind. You don't understand. You don't see the bigger picture of what's happening here. There's a plan in place. It's all working together for something good that you're unaware of because you're just looking around locally. Okay. He went and he answered me, and he said, okay, I went forth to a forest of trees on the plain, and I saw that the trees devised a plan, and they said, come, let's go make war on the sea so that it may recede before us. Let's take for ourselves and make more forests. And likewise, the waves of the sea also formed a plan, and they said, come, let's go up and subdue the forest on the plain, so that there too we may complete another region for ourselves. But the plan of the forest came to nothing, and the fire came and consumed it. Likewise also the plan of the waves of the sea, for the sand stood firm and prevented it. If then you were to judge between the forest and the waves, which would you begin to justify, and which would you condemn? Whose side would you be on, basically? I answered and I said, each one of these plans is stupid, for the land was given to the forest, and the sea was appointed, the waves were appointed to the sea. Okay, that's their place. Uriel said to me, you have judged well. So why haven't you judged well in your own case? As the land is given to the forest, and the sea to the waves, so also only those who live on earth can understand the things that are on the earth. And only those who live above in the heavens can understand the things that are above in the heights of the heavens. I answered, I beg you, Lord, why has the sense of understanding been given to me? It wasn't my purpose to ask about the ways above, but about the things that we see every day. Why has Israel been handed over to the Gentiles to our shame? Why has the people that you love been given over to the godless tribes? Why has the law of our ancestors been invalidated, and the written ordinances have come to nothing? Why do we pass from the world like locusts, and our life is like a mist? Why aren't we worthy to obtain mercy? What will God do for the sake of his name, which is bestowed onto us, about these things that I have asked? So his reply, Ezra's reply, is like, I'm not asking about how heaven works, or the frickin' firmament, or some deep stuff, buddy. I'm asking about why there's evil succeeding all around us, when all you do is tell us be good, and I'll promise you'll get your gifts, and I'll reward you, etc. Right? So he's trying to bring it back a notch. They're having a little debate. So the angel answers Ezra and says, if you remain alive, you'll see. If you live, you will often be amazed, because the world is indeed rushing to its end. Indeed, it can't bring the things that are promised to the just during this age, because this world is full of sadness and sickliness. The evil about which you asked me has been sown, and its full harvest has yet to come. If that which was sown is not reaped, and the place where evil has been sown hasn't departed, the field where good is sown won't come. A grain of evil seed was sown into the heart of Adam from the beginning. How much godlessness it produced until now, and will produce until the time of the threshing comes. Calculate for yourself how much godless fruit the grain of evil seed will have produced. When the innumerable ears of grain are sown, how great the threshing floor they will begin to make. Now, let me paraphrase that. Okay? Ezra is asking, why do you allow this evil to grow? The angel responds and says, these are like harvests. Actually, they are harvests, okay? The evil needs to reach a certain amount. However you want to see evil, okay? And then it will be torn away, all of it, completely, to make room for the good seed that will be planted in its place. This is good people and evil people in the world today, also during his time, also during every other cyclical event before and after, okay? So if you're one of those people that feels like Ezra, and you're just crying out to the sky, what the hell? What's going on, man? Do you care? You're not alone. You haven't been alone. Across time, there have been people just like you who've done the same thing. So, the angel is talking to Ezra, and he's saying, Their day is coming, okay? But so is yours. It just seems big right now because you're in the midst of a time that is not yours. But your time is coming, just as their time is coming. And when that time comes, he's also making the point, you won't ask me any of these questions. It'll be obvious to you what's happening to all the evil on the earth. So I answered, says Ezra, where and when will these things be? Why are our years few and evil? Now this is key right here. I believe that we go through these apocalyptic times, these fluctuations in time itself, where humans live for a very long time, and then a very short time, and then a very long time, and then a very short time. If we today are living during a very short time, where lifespans are shortened and time is speeding up, which I completely believe, okay? Like your average lifespan's like 70 years or something. It's crazy. We have that here, back then. So we can see that there's which cycle corresponds to the time that we live in, a season of Satan, or Satan's little season, which obviously was the time that Ezra was living through, awaiting a savior from it all. So he says, why are our years few and evil? Literally, why don't we live that long? Okay. He answered and he said, don't be in a greater hurry than the Most High. That's profound. It's simple and profound. You hurry only for yourself, but the Most High on behalf of many. Didn't the souls of the just in their resting places ask about these things, saying, how long are we to remain here? And when will the harvest of our reward come? And then Jeremiel, the angel, answered them, when the number of those who are like you is complete, for God has weighed the world in a balance and measured the times by measure and numbered the times by number, and he won't move or arouse himself until the prescribed measure is fulfilled. In layman's terms, what that means is individuals, even groups of humans, they don't know the bigger picture. Okay? They're being selfish, and I am one of them. Okay? I'm always being selfish. I want the apocalypse to come, bam, now. Okay? I can't wait. But that's my time. That's my timing. That's my selfish ambition. There are plenty of people out there that are not ready. There are plenty of people out there that, people yet to be born who get to choose to be good or whatever. Anyways, that's God's time. That's nature's time. That's the earth's timing. And I'm just looking at it from my own little viewpoint, right? Which is understandable too. It doesn't mean it's evil or anything. It's just, there's different ways to see it. So I answered, Supreme Lord, we are also full of impiety. That means just evil, right? Is it perhaps because of us and because of the sins of those who live in the earth that the harvest of the just is delayed? See, Ezra's still not getting it. It's not that the harvest of the just is delayed. It's not that the apocalypse is delayed or that the golden age is delayed. It just seems like it's delayed. Okay? It will come right on time. I promise. Just not right on your time. He answered me and says, go ask a pregnant woman whether her womb can keep the baby inside her when she has completed her 9 months. Okay, no, it can't. So he said to me, the underworld and the resting places of the souls are like the womb. As the one who gives birth hastens to escape the distress of giving birth, so these also hasten to give back to those things that were entrusted to them from the beginning. Then you will be shown the things that you want to see. Now, what he means by that is that the earth is going to give birth. Okay? The earth is going to release something. And it happens during this apocalyptic neutral point, the plasma apocalypse, okay? The lights will be birthed from the earth itself. Mother Nature, the woman, our energetic mother, will give birth to spirit, filling the world with spirit once again. Lights that will burst forth, geoplasmas, pillars and columns and lightning rods shooting up from the ground, from within the earth, all the way up to the firmament, to the heavens. I answered, Ezra answers, and says, if I have found favor with you, if it is possible, if I'm worthy, show me this also, whether there is more time yet to come than has passed, or whether the greater times have passed over us. For I know what is past, but I don't know what's to come. Ezra is saying, can you give me a hint? How close are we? Okay, that's basically what Ezra is saying. Can you just tell me, like, is most of it behind us and, like, the apocalypse is pretty close? Can you just give me a hint? Because that's what it feels like. So the angel answers him and says, stand off to the right, and I will show you the interpretation of a parable. So I stood aside and I looked, and right there a burning furnace passed before me. And when the flame had passed, I looked, and the smoke remained. And after this, a cloud full of water passed before me, and it poured down much rain with force. And when the rainstorm had passed, there remained drops in the cloud. He said to me, consider for yourself, as the rain is greater than the drops, and the fire is greater than the smoke, so the measure that has passed is greater. But drops and smoke remain. So, simply put, the angel's answer is yes. Most of it has already passed. However, there's residue that you still need to get through. Okay, there's still trials and tribulations that you need to get through. One second, let me take a sip here. Away from my microphone. Ninja sip. All right. So Ezra prays and he says, do you think that I will live until those days? Who will be alive in those days? This is, okay, like, as somebody that talks about the apocalypse all the time, these are the same questions that you guys have for me. Same exact ones. They're natural. These are natural things to ask, okay, to be inquisitive about. You should ask these things, right? Do you think I'm going to live to see the last times, the end days? Who's going to be alive during that time? So the angel answers and says, I can tell you in part concerning the signs that you ask about, but about your own life, I'm not sent to tell you. I don't know. Nobody knows. Okay? Because the angels don't know when the apocalypse is going to come. And I like how he responds by saying, I can tell you in part, right? Because during the season of Satan, people and beings only know in part. But when that which is perfect comes, then that which is in part is done away with. I can tell you in part concerning the signs. These are the omens of the apocalypse that we are to look out for, that tell us that it is near. But when it's going to come, I don't know. It'll come when the earth's ready to give birth, right? I love that. It's such a sweet, honest answer. All right, chapter 5. Now, about the signs, look, the days will come when those who live on earth will be seized with great terror. The way of truth will be hidden, and the land will be barren and devoid of any faith. Injustice will be multiplied beyond what you yourself see and beyond what you have heard of formerly. It's going to get worse. So let's just say today, this day, right now, as I'm doing this live stream of Ezra's Apocalypse, let's say it's the exact same on the timeline that Ezra was living through at the moment that we're reading about. And all of you who are asking, how much longer? When is the apocalypse coming? Will I be alive during this time? These are the exact same responses that are being given, echoing throughout history and throughout time to all of you with the same questions. It's going to get worse before it gets better. And the worse it gets, the better your reward will be. The more you will appreciate it. Or to quote a movie, the sweet just isn't as sweet without the sour. Injustice will be multiplied beyond what you yourself see and beyond what you have even heard of formerly. The land that you now see holding sway will have no one left to walk upon it, and people will see it desolate. The land will become desolate. That is the prophecy for our future as well, I believe, based on my research of the apocalypse, okay? The land is made desolate by water every other cycle, and every other cycle after that, it's made desolate by fire from above, which is the sun, which gets hotter and hotter until it starts scorching the earth. And then it settles over the North Pole because it leaves its circuit, okay? And it settles over the throne of God as if it is God and creates a false blue beam that is destructive like a laser, in opposition to the life-giving geoplasma that comes up out of the earth, which is also blue, ionized oxygen. But if the Most High grants that you live, if you live until the apocalypse, you will see it thrown into confusion after the third period of time. The sun will suddenly start shining by night, and the moon by day. Have you guys noticed the moon shining during the daytime? Yeah, man, you're drunk, moon. Go home. The moon doesn't belong in the daytime. You know this. Hold on, I'm just commenting, okay? You guys all know this, right? Jacob William Hedrick, Lex 138, Ryan H., Brandy Copeland, you guys know? The moon doesn't belong in the day. And nobody is panicking. Nobody's making a big deal that the moon seems to be out during the daytime. And then we're lied to, like, oh yeah, it's always been like that. I think I remember it. It's always comes around in the daytime every once in a while, doesn't it? Doesn't it? I think, doesn't it? No. It's in the wrong place every once in a while. The sun will start suddenly shining by night and the moon by day. Blood will drip from wood, and stones will speak out. Peoples will be troubled, and natural courses will be changed. A person no one on earth expected to come to power. Or no one on earth expected, a person that no one on earth expected will come to power. That's every person who's coming to power for me personally, okay? From popes to presidents to kings, all these people, but whatever. And birds will migrate together. That's referencing all the birds, just so you know, okay? Because birds migrate together all the time. It's talking about all the birds on earth. The sea of Sodom will cast up fish. It will utter sounds in a voice that many don't know. But all will hear its voice. Chasms will open. Chasms will open up in many places, and fire will be shot forth frequently. This is because the earth is releasing gases, I believe. Okay. Wild beasts will roam beyond their territory, and women will give birth to monsters. Damn, man. Listen, wild beasts are already roaming beyond their territories. Okay, all the places where you know that normally wild animals stayed, you know, in the forest or whatever. Now, you can see it all over the place. They're coming into the cities. They're leaving, like whales and all these types of stuff. Like their migration patterns are changing and stuff too. Women will give birth to monsters. Oh my God, this is happening now. It's sad, but mutations are coming back. Okay, in mass. They're killing a lot of the mutations off before they can get into the public eye. This is what happens behind closed doors in many hospitals. You know, if they can't fix some sort of genetic mutation immediately, but oh my God, you would be surprised how large the number of mutations. Some of them are life-threatening mutations. Some are not, but they handle that at the hospital because it's freaky. How many mutant humans are being born right now that look like monsters? Okay. No offense. I'm not saying you're bad just because you're born with a mutation. But what I am saying is I've seen it. I've seen it all over the place. Back decades and decades ago, it was very rare to see somebody with, some strange genetic deformity. But I see it all the time, personally, these days. Okay, I'm sure if you look around, you'll see it too. Salt waters will be found in sources of fresh water. Friends everywhere will begin to fight each other. Reason will be hidden, and intelligence will go into hiding. Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. All these pseudo-intellectuals thinking that they're just freaking God's gift to philosophy or whatever. Many will look for it, but they won't find it. And injustice and lust will be multiplied on earth. One country will ask its neighbor, has justice passed through you doing what is right? And the answer will be no. At that time, people will hope, but not get what they hoped for. They will labor, but they will make no progress. I am permitted to tell you these signs, and if you pray again and continue to weep, as you are doing now, and you fast for 7 days, you will again hear greater things than these. He just gave him like the tip of the iceberg. I awoke. My body shuddered greatly. My spirit labored so that it fainted. The angel who came and talked to me held me, comforted me, and set me on my feet. On the second night, Phaltiel, a leader of the people, came to me and said, "Where were you, and why is your face sad? Don't you realize that Israel has been entrusted to you while it's in exile in this land? Arise then, and take some food so that you may not abandon us like a shepherd who leaves his flock in the power of cruel wolves." And so I said to him, "Leave me. Don't come near me again for 7 days. After that, you'll come to me." He heard how I spoke, and he withdrew from me. So remember, Ezra was one of the leaders of the people, okay? So everyone's wondering, hey, what's going on? Why'd you abandon us? What's going on? And Ezra's like, hey, I'm talking to angels over here. All right. I didn't eat food for 7 days, wailing and weeping as the angel Uriel commanded me. After 7 days, my deepest thoughts were again very troubling to me. And then I recovered my wits, and I began to speak words before the Most High. Before I read his words, let me just remind people. When we rid ourselves from the distractions, okay, it is easier to tune into the truth that is resonant within us and all around us, okay? You could call it the voice of God, you could call it whatever you like. But that's one of the reasons why these prophets would fast. Having to digest food, go to the bathroom, which, by the way, that's another thing that you could tell what time he lived in, okay, is he had to eat, which means a lack of energy. During those times when the atmosphere is energetically amplified, you don't have to eat. You don't have to go number 2. You don't have to sleep, okay, because you already are energized. But anyways, my point is, he gets rid of the distractions. He fasts, right? It disciplines the body. You're telling the body, no, I will not serve you. I'm focused on the spirit, and therefore you magnify the spirit inside of yourself, and your spirit is open to the spiritual things, which is why people fast and they receive revelations a bit quicker. All right, cool. Let's continue on. So he fasts and he says, "Supreme Lord, you chose one vine from every forest on earth and from all of its trees, and from all of the world's lands you chose for yourself one region. And from all of the world's flowers you chose for yourself one lily. And from all of the ocean's depths you filled for yourself one river. And from all the cities that have been built you dedicated for yourself Zion. And from all the created birds you named for yourself one dove. And from all of the flocks that have been made and provided for you one sheep. From all the peoples that have multiplied and acquired for yourself one people. And to this people that you desired, you gave the law celebrated by all. Now, Lord, why did you give the one to the many? Why dishonor the one root above all of the rest and scatter your only one amongst the many? Those who have denied your promises have trampled those who believed in your covenants. If you really hate your people, they should be punished with your own hands. When I had said these words, the angel who had come to me on the previous night was sent to me. He said to me, "Listen to me, and I will instruct you. Pay attention to me, and I'll tell you more." So I said, "Speak, my Lord." He said to me, "Are you really more deeply disturbed over Israel? Or do you love him more than the one who made him does?" So I said, "No, Lord, but I spoke in grief. My heart torments me every hour. I try to make sense of the Most High's ways and investigate his decisions." So he said to me, "You can't." And I said, "Why? Why, O Lord? Or else, why was I born? Why did my mother's womb not become my tomb so that I might not see the toil of Jacob and the exhaustion of the line of Israel?" So he said to me, he's saying, why am I like this, basically? I notice these things. Nobody else seems to notice them, but I do. And this bothers the fridge out of me. I don't like it, okay? Everyone's over there going to movies and talking about drama and watching reality shows and crap, and I'm over here pondering the deepest questions of all, namely, why? Right? He said to me, "Count for me those who you haven't yet, those who haven't been born. Gather for me the scattered raindrops. Make the withered flowers bloom again for me. Open for me the closed warehouses and bring forth for me the winds shut up in them. Or show me what a voice looks like, and then I will show you what you ask to see." So I said, "Supreme Lord, who can know these things except one who doesn't live amongst human beings? I'm ignorant. How can I speak of these things that you asked me about?" So he said to me, "As you can't do one of these things that were mentioned, so you cannot comprehend my judgment or the goal of the love that I've promised to my people." So Ezra responds. He says, "Look, Lord, you've made promises concerning these who are alive at the end, but what will those who are before us, or we, or what will come of those who come after us?" And he said, "I will compare my judgment to a crown. Just as there is no delay for those who come last, so there is no rushing for those who come before." So I replied, "Couldn't you have created all at once those who have been and those who are and those who will be, so that you might show your judgment more quickly?" You see how impatient he is, right? Like, when you live, the closer you live to the end times, the more impatient you're going to have to fight impatience. You're going to have to be more and exercise more patience. Okay? Because it's really going to be bubbling up, and you'll feel it and you'll sense it. He replied to me, "The creation can't run ahead of its creator, nor can the world sustain all at once, all at one time, those who are created in it." It's a lot of people. So I said, Ezra says, "How then could you say that to your servant, that you will certainly give life to the creation created by you at one time? If therefore they will live at one time, and the creation will sustain them then, couldn't it sustain them all at one time now?" So he said to me, "Ask a woman's womb. If you bear 10 children, why do you only do it over time? Ask it then to produce 10 at once." Well, you can't do that. It has to do it over time. So he says to me, "I also have given the earth's womb for those who have been sown on it over time. As an infant doesn't give birth, and a woman who has become old doesn't give birth any longer, so I have set it in order, the world that I created." Pardon me. All right. So Ezra asks, "Since you have given me opportunity, let me speak before you. Is our mother, of whom you spoke to me, still young, or is she already approaching old age?" The angel responded to me, "Anyone who gives birth, ask anyone, and they'll tell you. Say to her, why are those you have born now not like those whom you bore before, but are smaller in stature? She herself will tell you, those who are born in youth's vigor are different from those who are born in the time of old age, when the womb is failing. Therefore consider that you yourself are smaller in stature. than those who were before you. I love that. Therefore consider that you yourself are smaller in stature than those who came before you. And those who come after you will be even smaller than you are, as born of a creation that is already aging and past the strength of youth. Let me comment on that, okay? We go through these cycles, a cycle of gigantism, which leads up to the golden age, okay? And then a decline, where people live less long, and they get shorter and shorter. They shrink in size, and then they'll grow in size. Every other cycle, we go through these cycles, okay? There will be a time of giants. We don't live in a time of giants, okay? You might see a little bump in the average height of people, but it's nothing like it once was. You're only seeing that little bump right now because the oceans are releasing a lot of oxygen because the focal point is heating up and heating the oceans up. And that oxygen helps, you know, gives a little boost to our growth, I think. Anyways, smaller in stature, right? See a lot of similarities between when this book was written and today. So I said, I ask, Lord, if you look favorably upon me, show your servant through whom you will visit your creation, right? So he's saying, I'm not afraid of secret knowledge. Show me what's going to happen. And that's next. 2 Esdras 6. You guys having a good time in the chat? I see you guys, 296 people. Well, I don't know. I can't tell. I got to update the chat. A bunch of people. Wow, 378 people are watching right now. I hope you're enjoying the presentation and one another's company, more importantly. Okay? This is a table where we eat together, right? It should be festive. You should imagine you're at a long table, okay? And the chat room is that long table, and everyone is having a seat right now, okay? And I'm just a servant. I'm out here serving the different portions and plates and platters and drinks and stuff. And, you know, I want you guys to have a good time. Ultimately, I want you to be satisfied. All right, let's continue on. Chapter 6. He said to me, in the beginning of the earthly world, before the world's exits were made, before the gathered winds blew, before the voices of the thunders sounded, before the flashes of lightning shone, before paradise's foundations were made firm, before beautiful flowers were seen, before the powers of movement were established, before innumerable heavenly armies of angels assembled, before the heights of the air were lifted up, before the measures of the firmament were named, before Zion's footstool was established. That's Mount Meru. Before the present years were reckoned, before the imaginations of those who now sin were alienated, before those who stored up faith as a treasure were sealed, then I planned these things. Man. As they were done by me and not by another, so also the end will come by me and not by another. Not your way, Ezra. You need to calm down, buddy. All right, how old are you? Anyways. So Ezra answers and says, what separates the times? When is the end of the first and the beginning of that which follows? So he's referring to these epics. Remember how I was talking about it's cyclical, right? We go up, we go down, the law of cycles and rhythms, the pendulum that swings back and forth. Ezra's asking a reasonable question. What determines time from one age or apocalyptic cycle to the next? He's trying to figure it out. He's like, throw me a bone. I'll try to figure it out, okay? I need to. So he says to me, the angel says, from Abraham to Abraham, because Jacob and Esau were born from him, but Jacob's hand held Esau's heel from the outset. So hold on, let me jump in there. That whole story of Jacob and Esau is also one cycle to another cycle, holding on to the heel, okay? One cycle comes upon the heel of the next. From Abraham to Abraham, because Jacob and Esau were born from him. But Jacob's hand held Esau's heel from the outset. Esau represents the end of this age, and Jacob represents the beginning of the following. Damn. The age of Esau. Esau was seen as the evil one, the bad one, right? Jacob was the chosen one, the preferred one, the good one, allegedly, okay, traditionally. They're telling you right now, this represents, I mean, regardless of if there was an Esau and a Jacob and that's actual two historic figures or whatever, they definitely represent epochs, ages, a season of Satan and a season of a millennial rule of the kingdom of Christ, or the golden age, a good time and a bad time. The beginning of the one man is his hand. The end of the other man is his heel. Don't look for anything else between the heel and the hand, Ezra. So I answered, Supreme Lord, if only you looked so favorably upon me that you would show me, your servant, your final signs, which you showed me in part the previous night. So he's like, show me what happens at the end. I want to know. You said that it's going to get crazier, so tell me. So he answers and he says, get up on your feet. You'll hear a loud, echoing voice. Don't be afraid if the place on which you stand is greatly moved while the voice is speaking. Since the word concerns the end, and since the foundations of the earth will understand that the speech is about them, the place will tremble and shake because it knows that it is destined to be transformed. This is a huge warning. This is powerful stuff. This is not to be taken lightly. The earth is aware. The earth is sentient. The earth can hear. The earth sees and watches and knows its children, us, what we're doing, our actions, what we're discussing, what we do. And the earth knows when its time is coming to change, okay? And it'll groan as it starts to release gases from inside and shift and move and open up and call out and cry out in actual voices in the form of zephyrs that come up from within the earth. When I heard, I rose on my feet and I listened. There was a voice speaking, and it sounded like the sound of deep waters. I want to comment on that too. Anytime they talk about the sound of deep waters, they talk about God's voice sounding like many rushing waters or deep waters, or they compare it to the sound of water moving, right? Which sounds like static if you listen closely, like rain, constant raindrops, or, you know, the crackling bacon kind of sound, or white noise on television, right? It's electricity. It's the static and popping and rushing of the electrical current. It can sound like applause. It can sound like clapping and stuff too. That's just me. All right, let's continue back to the book. So he hears this voice. Sounds like deep waters. It said, look, the days are coming when I will begin to come near to visit those who live on earth, and when I begin to examine those who unjustly inflicted harm in their cruelty. When the humiliation of Zion is complete, when the seal is placed on the age that begins to pass away, I will perform these signs. Scrolls will be opened in view of the firmament, and all will see them together. People will see the firmament. You can't see it right now because of how the optics in our world works. But those optics are going to reverse one day, and you'll see the apex dome at the very top of the firmament light up as, you know, earthly flashlights, pillars and columns and beams rush up to the heavens and light it up. And you'll see the reflection of yourself. Maybe not yourself, but the land that you live on. You'll see it reflected in the dome above you. Infants a year old will speak with their voices, and a pregnant woman will give birth to premature babies of 3 and 4 months. But they will live, and they will dance. Fields that were not sown will suddenly appear sown, and full warehouses will suddenly be found empty. A trumpet will sound with a blast. When all hear it, they will suddenly be terrified. hold on, I want to talk about this trumpet sounding. All right. This is not a local trumpet. This is not in the land of Israel, somebody with a shofar or a ram's horn or anything, okay? These are the trumpets of earth. These are earthly zephyrs opening up as those winds rush up through different sized openings in the earth, creating different pitches and different sounds. And it'll be so loud, it's going to freak everyone out. You think people are freaked out when they hear these weird earthquake, skyquake sounds coming from the skies right now? That's nothing. That's an omen of what is to come. Because when the earth wants to get your attention that the king is on the way, it'll be a skyquake that everybody hears and feels rushing through their body. People are going to panic. Some people. In that time, friends will make war on friends like enemies. The earth, along with those who live in it, will be terrified, and the sources of rivers will stand still so that they don't run for 3 hours. Then everyone who is left after these things that I have foretold to you will be saved. These will see my deliverance and the end of my age. Well, who are these? The survivors. People who make it through this will survive and see what is next. They will see the people who have been taken up and haven't tasted death from their birth. I also want to comment on that. Okay, there will be a time of no death. Whenever the atmosphere is energetically amplified, your spirit is energetically amplified. It resonates through you. And losing energy is what causes death or the release of your spirit, okay? Or the electromagnetic field of your body, which contains your spirit, right? Your electromagnetic field will be strengthened under a strengthened electromagnetic field. It's just resonance. The hearts of those who live on earth will be changed and converted to a different spirit, for evil will be erased and grief extinguished. This, if we call evil a negative polarity and we call good positive polarity, right? We're talking about a polarity shift. Faith will flourish and corruption will be overcome. Truth that was without fruit for so long will be displayed. Right? While he was still speaking with me, the place on which I stood was shaken, little by little. He said to me, I came to show you these things this night. If you ask further, and you fast again for 7 days, again, I will come and declare daily to you greater things than these. Because the Most High has listened to your voice. The Mighty One has seen your virtue and perceived the humility that you've had from your youth. Because of this, he sent me to show you all of these things and to say to you, trust confidently and don't be afraid. Don't be hasty to think empty thoughts about the former times, lest you be hasty about the last times, because they're one and the same. Now, after all this, I wept again. I cried. I stopped eating food for another 7 days to complete the 3 weeks that had been prescribed for me. Then on the 8th night, my heart was disturbed within me again, and I began to speak before the Most High. My spirit was greatly agitated, and my soul was troubled. And I said, look, Lord, you spoke from the beginning of the creation on the first day, let heaven and earth be made, and your word accomplished the deed. Then the Spirit was hovering, darkness was spread around, and there was silence. There was as yet no sound of a human voice. And then you commanded that a ray of light be brought forth from your treasuries, so that your works might be seen. And then on the 2nd day, you created the spirit of the firmament. That's the electromagnetic field. And commanded that it divide and make a division between the waters, so that a certain part might recede upward and another part remain below. Now, keep in mind the apex dome Okay, the firmament's like a bowl upside down, and then there is a dipping at the top, which I call the apex dome. That separates the waters above from the waters above. There's a difference between the division of the waters above from the waters on the surface, but that's entirely different than the waters being separated from themselves, which the apex dome does. Then on the second day you created the spirit of the firmament and commanded that it divide and make a division between the waters, so that a certain part might recede upward and another part remain below. On the third day you commanded the waters to be gathered together in a seventh part of the earth, but you made 6 parts dry and preserved them, so that some of these might be sown and cultivated to be of service to you. Your word went forth, and the work was immediately accomplished. Suddenly fruit blossomed in great abundance, in an infinite variety of flavors and flowers, with matchless colors and scents of unspeakable fragrance. These things were done on the third day. So he's recounting again, reminding himself how quickly the creation event happened. On the fourth day you commanded the sun's splendor to be made, the moon's light, and the arrangement of the stars. You commanded them to serve the human being who was about to be formed. On the fifth day you commanded the seventh part of the waters to be gathered to produce animals, birds, and fish. The silent and lifeless water, as it was commanded, brought forth animals, so that peoples might recount your wonders. You kept 2 living creatures in reserve, and you named Behemoth, and the second you named Leviathan. You separated them from each other, for the seventh part, where the water was gathered, could not contain them. You gave Behemoth 1 part of the land that had been dried on the third day, where there are 1,000 mountains, so that he might live there. To Leviathan, however, you gave the watery 7th part. You kept them to be eaten by whomever you wish, and whenever you wish. On the 6th day you commanded the earth that it create before you cattle, beasts, and reptiles. And over these you set Adam, the leader of all things you made. From him, we all, the people that you have chosen, have been brought forth. Now, I also want to comment on this part too. See where it says beasts? Okay? That's just not talking about monkeys and wolves and stuff like that. Some versions of the Bible talk about literal, actual, physical monsters created during these 6 days. Monsters. It uses the word monsters. Okay? You might not hear that when you go to church or on YouTube or whatever, but monsters were created during this creation event. Also, I have said all these things before you, Lord, because you have said that you created the oldest age for our sake. You said that the other nations born out of Adam are nothing, and that they are like spit, and you've compared their abundance to a drop from a pitcher. But look now, Lord, these nations that are valued as nothing rule over us, and they devour us, while we, your people, whom you have called your oldest offspring, your one and only child, those who are zealous for you, your dearest ones, are handed over to them. If the world was created for our sake, why don't we possess our world as an inheritance? How long will this situation last for? So, pretty self-explanatory. He's setting the stage. He's saying, hey, you're the one that said that, you've been planning all this for us since the dawn of time. Okay. Well, how long do we have to suffer this particular part of it? How long do I have to suffer for before we inherit all these promises? Once again, impatience, upon the hearts of the saints or prophets. Chapter 7. When I finished speaking these words, the angel who had been sent to me on the previous nights was sent to me again. He said to me, "Rise, Ezra. Hear the words that I have come to speak to you." So I said, "Speak, my lord." He said to me, "A certain sea is set in a spacious place, so that it can be deep and vast, but its entrance is set in a narrow place, like a river. If anyone wants to go to the sea to see it or to rule over it, how can he come into the broad place unless he passes through the narrow?" Another instance. That's a reference to paradise, just so you know, okay? The Garden of Eden, which is a physical, actual place on earth. Another instance, a city is built and positioned on a broad plain, full of all good things. Its entrance, however, is narrow and located on a precipice, so that there is a fire on the right and a deep water on the left. There's a single path located between them, between the fire and the water, and the path has only room for human footprints. If that city is given to someone as an inheritance, if the heir doesn't pass through the danger, how will the heir receive his inheritance? Meaning you have to claim, you have to walk towards, okay? You have to go get that inheritance. You have to make it through the trials of the water and the fire, which is symbolically for the two different apocalyptic cycles, okay? But, I mean, it symbolizes all kinds of different things. But the footprints means you have to do your part. It's not just, oh, well, let me just give it to you, right? It's an offering. It's a gift that is offered, but you have to reach out to take it. If you don't reach out to take it, it's not going to grab your pocket, open it up for you, and shove it down into your pocket and force a gift upon you. You don't want it. You don't have to take it. But those footprints are your sign, our sign, that we have to do that little bit of effort to put one foot in front of the other, so that we make it beyond the fire and the water apocalypses, so that we can see the land of paradise that it lies on the other side, which is the golden age and actual land of paradise. So he said, indeed, you're right. So the angel says to me, so also is Israel's portion. I indeed made the world on account of them. Hold on, time out. This right here is not a political name or a race of any people on earth, okay? I just want to make that clear. This is my perspective based on many years of research and experience, okay? You can believe whatever you want to. But that word right there represents the seed of energy that is sown within you that resonates with the golden age itself, with those geoplasmas, with the inner earth, with the light of the world. However you want to name it, however you want to see it. That's what Israel is, okay? That's what all of this is for. It's not for a bloodline. It's not for, people that have a certain flag or dress a certain way or perform certain rituals or any of that garbage. It is for a spirit that is the same as the spirit that prepared all of it for us. All right. He says, indeed, I made the world on account of them. When Adam transgressed my ordinances, what had been made was judged, and the entrances of this world were made narrow, sorrowful, and troublesome. They are few and bad, full of dangers and involving people in great hardships. The entrances of the greater world, however, are spacious and secure, and they generate the fruit of immortality. If those who live don't enter these narrow and empty spaces, they can't receive the things that are in store. Physically, okay, I'm just thinking of the Garden of Eden, the circular land at the North Pole. Like I said, there are entrances in the forms of these rivers, but specifically the Euphrates. Also, there's little tunnels and stuff. I talk about this all the time. If those who live don't enter these narrow and empty spaces, they can't receive the things that are in store. If you don't walk into paradise, you're not getting into paradise. All right? God's not just going to lift you up by your shirt and set you down, okay? You have to do your part to show that's your will. Your will controls your body. So by taking control of your body and doing the things that you will or wish or want or desire to do, you're exercising faith on your part. You're proving your desires or your wish or whatever. Therefore, why are you disturbed being corruptible? Why are you upset being mortal? Why haven't you focused your mind on what is still to come rather than what is present? Why are you looking around at the world the way that it is and complaining about the way that it is instead of realizing who I am and that I have designed it this way for your benefit? Good things are on the way. Okay? It's cyclical. Bad things need to come, right? Destruction, death, all these things need to come so that I can clean it all out and make a brand new, lovely, awesome world for you to refresh it all and renew it all. And all you have to do is just make it through it. So I answered, Supreme Lord, you're ordained in your law that you ordained in your law that the just will inherit these things, but the impious will perish. The just then can tolerate the narrow, hoping for the spacious, but those who have acted impiously endure the narrow and won't see the spacious. So he said to me, you aren't a higher judge than God, nor more intelligent than the Most High. Better that many of those now alive should perish than that the law of God, which is laid out before them, be disregarded. God commanded those who come into the world after they came what they needed to do to live, and what laws they should observe and avoid punishment. But they weren't persuaded, and they opposed him. They filled their heads with worthless thoughts. They invented excuses for their sins. They emphatically denied that the Most High exists, and they didn't learn his ways. They despised his laws and rejected his covenants. They weren't faithful to his statutes and didn't perform the works that he prescribed. Therefore, Ezra, empty things are for the empty, and full things are for the full. Like I said before, those laws were given to people because they were evil. Good people don't need those laws. We are the law, okay? That law is us. We are the standard, walking around being good, being kind and loving and patient, and all the good qualities that we know, okay, that we understand. We exemplify them. We resonate with them. We miss them so much. Look, the time is coming when the signs appear that I told you about in advance, and the city will appear. Appearing as a bride, and the land that is now hidden will be openly displayed. This is talking about Eden. This is talking about Hyperborea. There's other lands around that area too. Okay, there's many different lands that are going to reveal themselves. Ultimately, all of them will. But the Garden of Eden is returning. Hyperborea is coming back. Atlantis will rise back up out of the ocean. I promise you that. Okay? So, as we're talking about this particular city, this particular land, it's talking about the holiest land on earth, which is at the center, which is at the middle. Not out there in the desert or whatever. It's at the heart of the earth at the North Pole, where all of your compasses are pointing. Everyone who is rescued from the evils foretold will see many wonders. My son, the Anointed One, will be revealed along with those who are with him, and those who remain will rejoice for 400 years. Now, this is saying Jesus will show up, okay? I mean, I'm just using the name Jesus or the word Jesus or whatever. God's Son, however you want to see it, okay? Will return. And it's interesting because this book says he comes up out of the ocean, which is also very interesting too. We're going to talk about that too. I need a quick break. Let's take a quick break. You guys go stretch, go to the bathroom or whatever. We'll come back and we'll finish this up. Let me just, we'll do let's see if this works. Around the world men's thoughts will fly, quick as the twinkling of an eye, and waters shall great wonders do. How strange, and yet it shall come true. Beneath the water men shall walk, shall ride, shall sleep, shall even talk, and in the air men shall be seen in white and black and even green. For in those wondrous far-off days the women shall adopt a craze to dress like men in trousers wear, and to cut off their locks of hair. They'll ride astride
displayed with brazen brow as witches do. On broomsticks now there'll be a sign for all to see. Be sure that it will certain be. And love shall die and marriage cease, and nations wane and babes decrease, as wives shall fondle cats and dogs, and men live much the same as hogs. Pictures alive with movements free, boats like fishes beneath the sea. When men like birds shall scour the sky, then half the world deep drenched in blood shall die. Then half the world deep drenched in blood shall die. For those who live this century through, in fear and trembling this shall do. Flee to the mountains and the dens, to bog and forest and wild fens. For storm will rage and oceans roar, when Gabriel stands on sea and shore. And as he blows his wondrous horn, old worlds die and new be born. Fiery dragon will cross the sky 6 times before this earth shall die. Mankind will tremble and frightened be, for the 6 heralds in this prophecy. For 7 days and 7 nights, man will watch this awesome sight. The tides will rise beyond their ken to bite away the shores, and then the mountains will begin to roar, and earthquakes split the plain to shore, and flooding waters rushing in will flood the lands with such a din that mankind cowers in muddy fen and snarls about his fellow men. And when the dragon's tail is gone, man forgets and smiles and carries on to apply himself. Too late, for mankind has earned deserved fate. His masked smile, his false grandeur will serve the gods their anger stir, and they will send the dragon back to light the sky. His tail will crack upon the earth and rend the earth, and man shall flee king, lord, and serf. And men will die of thirst before the oceans rise to mount the shore, and lands will crack and rend anew. You think it's strange, it will come true. And in some far off distant land, some men, oh such a tiny band, will have to leave their solid mount and span the earth, those few to count. And those surviving this will then begin the human race again. But not on land already there, but on ocean bed.
Okay, I'm back. I like to see everybody in the chat getting along and having interesting, deep discussions, making friends, stuff like that. You guys are great. Lex138 says, damn, bro, this is spot on. Makes me think it's all scripted. Well, you know, it's a never-ending story. All right, cool. Let's continue on. Ezra's Apocalypse. All right, so we're talking about the signs of the apocalypse. Everyone who survives will live to see greater wonders. Ed Dantes, hey, what's up? Good to see you. Edmund Dantes. All right, after these years, my son, the Anointed One, and all... anointed sort of stems from a word that sort of implies shining, just so you guys know. After these years, my son, the Anointed One, and all who have human breath will die. So this is the cycle where the light retracts, right? The world will be turned back to primeval silence for 7 days, as in the earliest beginnings, so that no one is left alive. Hold on, let me check my audio, make sure we're good. You guys hear me? Yes. Okay, cool. I hear like a sound in my headset right now that won't stop playing. I'm not sure what's going on. Hold on. Why is it doing that? That's so weird. Maybe there's a glitch. Yeah, it's distracting me. Hold on. Sorry, one sec. I gotta figure this out. It sounds like it's the alert box, so let me mute the alert box. Do you guys hear that? I'm just checking the chat to see if you guys hear like a sound, like a musical. It's like a musical tone, like from Stranger Things or something. What the hell is that? It won't stop. Hold up. Okay, let's do this. I'm gonna switch scenes real quick, and then I'll come right back. Let's see if that fixes it. Think that fixed it. My computer's tripping out right now. Oh, maybe it's... No? That's not it. Okay, one sec. Do you guys hear that? No, you don't. I got hacked? No, I didn't get hacked. It's just, I don't know, technology. I'm getting older. I don't understand it. Where was I? Let's keep this on here. Man, I don't know why it's doing that. It's like on repeat. Hold on, let me try something. Ah, I fixed it. Okay, cool. That's a pretend donation. Don't worry about that. All right, sweet. I'm glad I fixed it. Now we can move on. Okay, sorry. Uh-oh. Did I fix it? No, it's just repeating the other sound now. Why is it doing that? Why would it do that? Hold on. One sec. Membership? That's not membership. Jeez, hold on one sec. Subscriber, boom. That's the sound it was just playing. So the sound it makes when this pops up is what's looping in my head right now. It won't stop. Let me fix this real quick. I hate it when things go wrong. All right, one sec. Why is it doing this? That's it right there. One sec. I don't understand why it's doing this. God, man. Well, you guys can't hear it, right? I could just take my headphones out, I guess. Psh, this is crazy. It only started doing that when I got back from the break. Let me try putting the break back on. It's this program. The program is just glitching out. I don't know. Jeez, man. All right. Well, you guys can't hear it. Let me see if I could hear it. Hold on. Take my headphones out, I guess. Okay. This is crazy. I get so frustrated, man, when it comes to this stupid technology. Data's been working for months and months, and these guys tell me glitches just happen. All right. Yeah, it's still doing it. Forget it. I just won't wear these little ear deals. It sounds weird to me because I can't hear myself, and therefore I can't monitor my own voice, and but whatever. We'll just keep going. All right, so it's gonna be weird for me, but let's do it. After these years, we're talking about the omens of the apocalypse. After these years, my son, the anointed one, and all who have human breath will die. The world will be turned back to primeval silence for 7 days, as in the earliest beginnings, so that no one is left alive. After 7 days, the world that isn't yet awake will be roused, and the corrupt world will die. So that's how long the apocalypse lasts for, is 7 days. 1 week. It's the 1 week of creation. The earth will give back to those who sleep, and the dust will give back in silence those who dwell within it. And the resting places will give back the souls that have been entrusted to them. The Most High will be revealed on the throne of judgment, and mercy will pass away. Patience will be withdrawn, and only judgment will remain. Truth will arise, faith will recover strength, and works will have their consequences. Reward will come about, righteous deeds will awake, and unrighteous deeds won't sleep. Your works, your actions that you're doing now, are storing up inside of you, being recorded in your DNA and your spirit, that are, you can hide them now. You can hide your actions, good or bad, your memories, good or bad, whatever. You can hide them now. But in the time to come, when everything is electrically amplified in the atmosphere, and therefore you are too, you won't be able to hide them. People will know. So all the better for you to be good now. I mean, that's for evil people. And like, good people, they're good anyway. All right. The lake of torment will appear, and across from it will be the place of rest. Hell's furnace will be displayed, and across from it, the delightful paradise. This is all the Garden of Eden. Then the Most High will speak to the nations that have been raised. Look and understand whom it is you have denied, whom you have not served, and whose ordinances you have despised. Look to one side and to the other. Here is delight and rest, and over there are fire and torments. He will say these things to them on Judgment Day, a day that has no sun or moon or stars, no cloud or thunder or lightning, no wind or water or air, no darkness, no evening, no morning, no summer, no spring, no heat, no winter or frost or cold, no hail or rain or dew, no noon or night or early dawn, no shining or brightness or light, but only the splendor of the light of the Most High. All will then begin to see what things are in store for them. It will take a period of about a week of years. This is my judgment and the arrangements made for it. I've shown this to you alone. So during the apocalypse, it's dark, basically, okay? All sound is taken away because there'll be a vacuum for a short time, right? As the atmosphere is getting sucked up out of the firmament and stuff. Everything's going to change. Everything will reset. This is a reset. Like if you turn off your PlayStation or your Xbox or whatever and you reset it, it goes dark. It produces no sound, no light, no nothing for a very short period, and then it kicks back on again, okay? So Ezra replies and says, I said before, Lord, and I say now, privileged are those now living who observe what you commanded. But what of those who were the subject of my prayer? Who is there of all the living who has not sinned, or who among those who have been born has not transgressed your covenant? Now I see that the world to come will bring delight for few, but torment to many. The inclination to do evil grew in us. It alienated us and led us into corruption and the paths that lead to death. It showed us the way to damnation and removed us far from life. And this happened not to a few people, but to nearly all who were created. So Ezra's making the point, right? Like, this corruption has exponentially been growing, and it's everywhere. So is paradise just for nobody? You know? So it's a reasonable question. So the angel replies, listen to me. I will instruct you and I will advise you yet again. Because of this, the Most High made not one world, but two. Regarding what you said about the just being not many, but few, and the wicked being numerous, think about this. If you have very few choice stones, will you add lead and clay to their number? Right? So the less you have of something, this is me commenting, the less you have, the more valuable that something is. Right? So although there will be very few who make it to Hyperborea, to the Garden of Eden, to paradise, in comparison with the great number of survivors that will stay out towards the Southlands, south of that central, Garden of Eden, basically. That makes the experience all the more valuable for those people. Okay? So I said, Lord, who would do such a thing? Right? Why would you allow the corrupt to get into the Garden of Eden? Basically, is what he's saying. So he said to me, not only this, but ask the earth, and it will inform you. Flatter it, and it will tell you. Say to it, you create gold, silver, bronze, iron, and also lead and clay, but silver is more numerous than gold, and bronze more than silver, and iron more than bronze. Lead is more than iron, and clay is more than lead. So decide for yourself then which things are precious and desirable, what is abundant, and what is rare. This is good. It's talking about you, okay? You're made of all these materials, right? Some of you out there, it's talking about you. You're valuable. You have value. And therefore, that value that you're building up and is being refined through these fires of temptation and tribulation and humiliation and just torture on your very soul, right? If you make it, then you're going to change the next epoch, the next age. The world is the way it is today because of, the survivors that left the Garden of Eden, procreated and took control of this world. Well, if you are good and valuable and you go to the Garden of Eden and you survive and you live for that long, then you're going to procreate and produce good things after your likeness, Anyways, all he's saying is, why can't everybody make it, right? Why do so many people have judgment coming and don't get to have, a good life or whatever? Why is it so few? And the angel is saying, because the few are the valuable. Okay, so if you find yourself in a world where you feel like you're the few, like there's not many people like you feel alone, lonely, maybe not many friends or family, no one can relate to you, you feel like you're on the verge of going crazy because you're interested in these types of fringe topics or philosophy, or, you just are a deeper soul than most people. That shows your value, okay? Don't confuse your value with being insignificant. You're the most significant thing in this world. All right, let me get back to this reading. Excuse me. So I said, Supreme Lord, that which is abundant is cheaper, because what is more rare is valuable. And he replied to me, now think about that. Reflect on what you have just thought. One who has what is scarce rejoices more than one who has what is abundant. So also will be the judgment, as I have promised. I will rejoice over the few who will be saved. Now, depending on, this is me, but depending on your, if you're religious or not, some people see being saved as, I don't know, they see it differently. I see it as surviving, okay? Being saved from freaking death that comes during the apocalypse, okay? Because there's going to be a lot of death. And you're saved from that, okay? And you make it to Hyperborea, the Garden of Eden. You're saved, you're reserved, you're set aside, or whatnot. You're the leftovers and the remnant. I will rejoice over the few who will be saved, because they are the ones who made my honor to prevail now, and through whom my reputation is celebrated. I will have no regrets over the multitude who will perish. Me neither, by the way. For they are even now like vapor, the equivalent of flame or smoke. They burn and flare up and are quenched. Yeah, he's not going to be sad about all the evil, disgusting, nasty people on earth who are all going to die. Bye. That's what I say. See ya. Wouldn't want to be ya. You had your fun, okay? You tortured all of us. You made the world a living hell. And now we get the golden age. And all your deeds are known. You're exposed. You got plasma Valkyries descending from the sky to try to, attach themselves to you and shock you and petrify you and all this stuff. Monsters who have, inner earth and otherworldly monsters that have powerful souls that can read your auras. They're going to come out to get you and stuff. Oh, yeah. I can't wait. All right, so Ezra replies to the angel. Earth, what have you brought to birth? If consciousness is made of dust like other creatures, it would have been better for the dust itself to have never been born, so that consciousness wouldn't have been made from it. But now consciousness grows with us. And due to this, we're tortured, because we perish and are aware of the fact. Let the human race lament, and let the wild beast rejoice. Let all people who are born lament. That means be sad. But let four-footed animals and flocks be happy. It is much better for them than for us. They don't expect judgment. They don't know about either the torments or the deliverance that you promise about death. But what does it profit us that we will be preserved only to be tortured with torments? All who are born are mixed up with violations, full of sins and weighed down with crimes. If we were not to come into judgment after death, it would have perhaps been better for us that we were never born. Excuse me. So, Ezra is talking to the angel and he's asking the question, why would you create a sentient being knowing that the sentient being is going to be evil and choose evil, or some of them will, and you're going to torture them, and then they'll be sentient and aware that they're being tortured or punished in some way or judged? So the angel responds and says, when the Most High made the world and Adam and all who descended from him, he first prepared the judgment and the things that pertain to the judgment. Now, understand on the basis of your own words, because you said, consciousness grows with us. Those who sojourn, those who travel on earth, will be tormented precisely because, although they were aware, they committed violations. That's the torture. Their own choice. They chose that for themselves. Although they received the commandments, they didn't keep them. When they did follow the law, they falsified its contents. What will they have to say in the judgment? How will they respond to the last times? How long a time the Most High has put up with those who inhabit the world. But this wasn't for their sakes, rather for the sake of the schedule that he established for the unfolding of the times. So he's saying they brought this upon themselves, okay? Don't blame God, blame them. Take some accountability, okay? If you're one of those people, then you need, you got two roads before you right now, okay? One road is partying, being evil, continue getting away with all the evil, nasty lies and corruption and, twisting things and to make your life better or easier or whatever it is, okay? Continue in your evil. That's one choice that you have. Or stop that. Change over. Repent. Decide to do what you know to do. This is what he's saying, okay? Ezra is saying we have a conscience. Conscience means with knowledge. We're with knowledge of good and evil. We know better. Why would you make us be aware of, all this torture and stuff? And the angel's saying, you gave yourself the answer. You're aware. You're conscious. You know better. You're doing it anyway. So don't complain when that day comes. So I replied, says Ezra, if I have found favor with you, Lord, show this also to your servant. After death, as soon as each person gives up his or her soul, will we be kept asleep until the time comes for you to begin the new creation? Or will we be tormented right away? Right? Am I conscious after I die? Or do I just suddenly wake up and it's like, the day after the apocalypse or whatever? So he replies to me, I'll show you this too, but don't associate yourself with the ones who have shown contempt. And don't count yourself among those who are tormented. So Ezra, he can feel the iniquity in him, okay? Because he lives during a time of iniquity, so it resonates throughout his body. So he's starting, he's got some worries that he might be seen as maybe not good enough or whatever. So he's asking about, just in case I'm one of those people who are going to be judged, right? The angel says, don't do that. Stop. You have a treasure of works. That means your choices that you've made, Ezra's choices that Ezra made throughout his life, that are stored up with the Most High, but it won't be shown to you until the last times. Now, a word about death. When the final sentence goes forth from the Most High that a person should die, when the spirit recedes from the body, so that it may be sent again to him who gave it, the first thing is to stand in awe before the glory of the Most High. If the spirit belonged to one of those who showed contempt and did not keep the Most High's way, if it was one of those who despised his law and hates those who fear God, these spirits don't go into their dwellings, but will immediately wander about in torments. They will constantly grieve and be sorrowful for 7 reasons. The first reason, because they despised the law of the Most High. The second reason, because they can't now effectively change their hearts and live and change their lives so that they might live. It's too late, sucker, buddy. It's too late. So yeah, I would be upset as well, okay? The third reason, because they will see the reward that's laid up for those who have believed the Most High's testimony. They'll be able to witness these ghosts and spirits roaming about. They'll be able to see all the good things that we're inheriting, that our lives are producing, our happiness, the peace, all the things that we have just begged for and hoped for and wished the way that the world was. And they'll see the joy that we have and all of our anxiety wiped away while they just live in anguish, remembering every evil deed. The fourth reason, because they will consider the torment laid up for themselves in the last days. The fifth reason, because they will see the dwelling places of others guarded by angels in great silence. The sixth reason, because they see the torment coming upon them from now on. The seventh reason, which is greater than all of the previously mentioned reasons, because they will melt away in confusion and be consumed in disgrace. They will wither in fear when they see the glory of the Most High, before whom they sinned when they were alive and before whom they're to be judged in the last times. Let me just give my own interpretation of that, okay? Because everybody wants to know what happens after you die, right? So, I'm not one who believes, like in traditional Protestant hell, where there's red devils with whips and pitchforks, and you're just tortured because God hates you so much. This is a mental prison of sorts, okay, for the spirit. The spirit is aware, it's conscious, it knows, it has spirit memory. And if it's not allowed to live again, it starts to dissipate, okay? And what happens is that spirit breaks up and becomes the nutrients for new lives, new spirits, okay? This is just how I see it. It's not that it's just destroyed, because energy cannot be created or destroyed, as they say. But that spirit's identity is obliterated, as all the little particles and pieces that make up what you think to be you, basically, okay? All those are going to be recycled, since you're not using them wisely, or since you're using them for evil intents and purposes and stuff, right? Then they're done away with. And this is, the spirit knows this because it has access to all of this advanced and secret knowledge upon death. And it knows this. It's going away. It's going bye-bye. It's going to be dissolved. And its time has come. No more being you. Now you're sacrificing your life so that, other spirits can have a chance, basically. That's how I see it. I don't know. All right, let's continue on. Verse number 88. The arrangement for those who kept God's ways is this, when they begin to be separated from the corruptible body. So the good people, what happens to them after they die? In the time of their exile here, they labored hard to serve the Most High. Every hour they endured danger, so that they might keep the law of the lawgiver perfectly. Therefore, this is the word about them. First, they will see with great joy the glory of him who receives them. They will have rest on account of 7 orders. So first and foremost, what people call God or whatever, these energies or whatever, however you see it, okay? You can call it God, you can call it whatever name you want to give to the different energies that will manifest, okay? There's going to be an energy that looks like a bird up in the sky. There's going to be an energy that looks like a man coming out of the waters, out of the Arctic Ocean. There's going to be a big old round energy up there on the firmament. There's going to be all kinds of different energies that you'll be able to physically see with your eyes. And you'll watch as the world is created once again. You'll witness the 7 days of creation. And you'll live to tell about it. And after that horrifying, crazy, amazing 7 days, okay, life will be very good for you for a very long time. You'll stop aging. You'll be happy. All of the emotions, all those chemicals that are in you, all those toxins will be purged. It's like you'll just have like a runner's high. Like the happiest you've ever felt in your life, you'll probably feel similar to that, but stronger every day. And it's just because of the conditions changing in this world. They will have rest on account of 7 orders. The first order, because they have struggled hard to overcome the evil thought fashioned within them so that it wouldn't lead them astray from life to death. So, you celebrate. You were tempted to do bad things to people, you know? You were tempted to lie or to cheat or to steal or to kill or whatever, but you didn't. And now you can pat yourself on the back. Now you can be proud and be like, man, I'm glad I stuck this one out. The second order, because they see the panic in which the souls of the wicked wander and the punishment that awaits them. During the apocalypse, you will see ghosts, okay? I'm just going to put that out there. There's going to be zombies, monsters, ghosts all over the place, spirits all over the place. You'll see them. You'll be able to see the spirits of the dead, like physically. The third order, seeing the testimony that their Maker has testified on their behalf, because when they were alive, they kept the law that was given through the faith. Okay, so basically they're just validated. The fourth order, understanding the peaceful rest that they now enjoy, gathered in their resting chambers, guarded by angels in deep silence, and understanding the glory that awaits them in their last days. So, 1, you'll have rest. Physical, actual rest. You won't need to rest. You won't need to go to sleep or anything. You're going to be energetically charged and you'll feel amazing. But you'll have rest, meaning rest from worries, rest from depression, rest from anxiety, rest from grief and stress and sadness and frustration. All those things are going away. Okay? Because that all has to do with electromagnetics, a lack of energy, entropy, toxins, all that stuff. Okay, the next world doesn't have all that. There's always anomalies and exceptions, please remember, but in general and for the most part, they don't. So you'll have rest. Oh, and chambers guarded by angels. That part's interesting too. So electromagnetics guarding your entryways, specifically and especially if you live in the Garden of Eden, right? There's covering angels, the cherubs, right? It's a plasma sheath that wraps around the entire island, and it protects you. It makes sure no evil energies can come into that place. It's a force field that's tuned to a certain frequency. The fifth order, rejoicing at how they have now escaped the corruptible, and how they will have a future inheritance. Moreover, seeing the narrow space full of labor, from which they have been freed, and the spacious state they're about to receive and enjoy, now that they are immortal. Bam! Immortality. Mortal means death. Mort, to die. Okay? Mart. Mer. To die. Your flesh is dying right now. My skin on this body that I have right now is dying. All these little cells they're not reproducing more than they are dying off. That's why we age. Okay? Wrinkles and discrepancies and, little blemishes and stuff like that, that's because you're dying. That's because your skin, your body, the pieces that make up your avatar are dying. It's not how it's supposed to be, okay? Your body will be refreshed, renewed, cellular regeneration, etc. And you'll be immortal for a time, from my perspective, okay? I don't believe it's immortality for like an infinity. Trust me, you don't want to live in your body for infinity, okay? But it would be nice to have a break physically and be able to live for a few hundred years, you know, and maybe 1,000 years or something, I don't know, and feel pretty damn good the entire time and learn a lot of stuff and walk in the truth and stuff. The sixth order, when they are shown how their face begins to shine like the sun, and how they begin to be like the stars as beings of incorruptible light. I like that part, right? This also reminds me of the book of Daniel. But you're going to shine, okay? Many of you are physically going to emit light. You already emit light in very low frequencies or spectrums or whatever right now. But in the time to come, when the atmosphere is electrically amplified, you with strong spirits now, your spirit will be extremely amplified and visible to others. Just like you'll be able to see the ghosts around you physically, your ghost will shine through your body. The seventh order, which is greater than all those mentioned, because they will rejoice with confidence and trust without being disappointed, and will rejoice without fear. For they hasten to see the face of him who they served when they were alive, and from whom they were about to receive a reward now that they are glorified. Basically, the world is as it should be, right? That's one of the reasons why we'll be so happy walking around in the post-apocalyptic world, or in the Garden of Eden specifically. The world is as it should be. This is what you thought life should be like, right? This is the order of the souls of the just, as is announced immediately, and those previously mentioned are the ways of torment of those who paid no heed and will suffer. I answered to the angel, Ezra, says, will time therefore be given to souls after they're separated from the bodies to see what you told me? And he said to me, they will be free for 7 days, so that they may see in those 7 days the things that I have foretold. After this, they will be gathered in their dwelling places. So, you got 7 days to check it out. I answered and I said, if you look on me with favor, just show your servant further, whether on judgment day, the just will be able to seek mercy for the wicked, or intercede for them with the Most High. The answer is no. I'm going to tell you right now, but let's see what the angel says. Will parents be allowed to intercede for children? Will children be allowed to intercede for their parents and siblings for one another? They do this in the Catholic Church, okay? That's not how it works. I could be wrong. Let's find out what the angel says. Relatives intercede for those close to them, faithful ones for those who are dear to them. So the angel replies and says, because I do indeed favor you, I'll show you this as well. The judgment day is decisive. It reveals the seal of truth to all, even in the here and now. A parent doesn't send a child, or a child the parent, or a master his servant, or a faithful friend, a dear confidant, so that the one should understand or sleep or eat or be taken in care of the other person's place. No. There is none of that. You don't get to say, take me instead. I'd rather dissolve and be tortured and whatever. You can't be tortured because you lived a good life. Those people brought torture upon themselves by the choices they made. You can't walk around suffering in agony thinking like, oh man, like that person made all these bad choices. That wouldn't make you suffer. You'd be rejoice in all your good decisions that you've made. It's just natural. Just so no one will ever intercede for another, everyone will then bear his own deeds of justice or injustice. Okay? This has nothing to do with saying some prayer that you believe in goodness You need to be good. That shows that you believe in goodness. Okay? You need to be Jesus. That shows that you believe in Jesus, if that's your, way of looking at it. So, you can pray all you want to. You can do as many rituals as you would like to. You can celebrate as many holy days as you feel like it. But it all boils down to everything you and me are doing is being recorded and stored up on the scales of Mahat, which one day we'll see which one outweighs the other. People don't want to hear that because they're terrified that all their evil deeds are going to outweigh their good ones. Well, guess what? There's good news. You can change all that. Okay? Who knows how many days you have left? But damn, all the more reason to change your life and make good decisions, right? Start stacking up for yourselves treasures in heaven instead of being selfish and continuing in lies because it's easier. Continuing being lazy and evil and whatever. I mean, you can, but don't say I didn't tell you. Don't say I didn't warn you. I answered and I said to him, how then do we find that Abraham first interceded for the people of Sodom, and Moses for our ancestors who sinned in the desert, and Joshua who came after him for Israel in the days of Achan, and Samuel in the days of Saul, David for the plague, Solomon for those in the sanctuary, Elijah for those who received the rain, and for a dead person that he might live? How about Hezekiah for the people in the days of Sennacherib, and many for many people? If, therefore, the just prayed for the wicked when corruption had increased and injustice had multiplied, why won't it be the same then? That's a reasonable question. So Ezra's making the case, Abraham prayed on behalf of Sodom and Gomorrah. If there's just one good righteous person, save the city. He didn't save the city, and there was a righteous person. God told Abraham, I'll go look again. Okay, there is a righteous person. Let's get them out of the city so I can destroy all the unrighteous people. Okay? Just because Abraham prayed for Sodom and Gomorrah doesn't mean Sodom and Gomorrah get a free ticket into paradise. Okay? Sodom and Gomorrah were filthy and corrupt and nasty and base and selfish and hateful and envious and all of the 7 deadly sins. And they burnt to a crisp. So he answers me, the present world isn't the end. Glory does not continuously remain in it, and so those who were able to pray for the weak. But the judgment day will be the end of this time and the beginning of the future, endless time in which decay is no more, indulgence is undone, unbelief is cut off, but justice is fully grown, and truth arisen. Therefore, no one will then be able to have mercy on someone who has been condemned in judgment, nor to overwhelm one who has conquered. Basically, it's too late. That's the end. Okay? They had their chances. Like, the video game is over. You can't go back and make different decisions because the game's over. I answered and I said, this is my first and my last word. It would have been better if the earth hadn't brought forth Adam, or when it had brought him forth, that it forced him not to sin. What does it benefit everyone to live in sadness during the present time, and when dead to expect punishment? Adam, what have you done? If you sinned, the downfall wasn't yours alone, but also ours, who are descended from you. What benefit is it to us that we are promised an immortal time, but we have done the works that bring death? What good is it to us that everlasting hope has been predicted for us, but we have utterly failed? What good is it that the safe and healthy dwelling places are reserved, but we have behaved badly? What good is the glory of the Most High will protect those who have conducted themselves decently, but we have conducted ourselves indecently? What good is it that paradise will be revealed, whose fruit remains uncorrupted, which there is plenty and healing, but we won't enter it, for we have visited unseemly places? What good is it that the faces of those who practice abstinence will shine brighter than the stars when our faces are blacker than darkness? While we were alive and doing evil, we didn't think about what we would suffer after death. So the angel responds and says, these are the rules for the contest in which everyone born on earth takes part. Those who are defeated will suffer what you said, but those who conquer will receive what I say. This is the path. This is the way that Moses declared when he was alive, speaking to the people. Choose life for yourself, that you may live. But they didn't believe him or the prophets who came after him. They didn't even believe me when I spoke to them. There won't be sadness over their destruction, as there will be joy over those whom salvation is sure. Right? So listen, let me paraphrase some of this. After the apocalypse comes, everything changes, okay? People like Ezra had this mentality of like, oh, I'm going to be so sad for all the evil people that, never got a chance, or, it's too late for them, and it doesn't sound like it's fair or whatever. That's because he still has that resonant energy, or a lack of energy, and he lives during the season of Satan. That's how we are conditioned to focus. We focus on bad. We focus on the negative, right? Instead of seeing the glass as half full, we see it as half empty. That's kind of Ezra's mentality here. And the angel's trying to tell him, look, when the time comes, you're not going to ask me all these questions. You're going to be holding your family, the survivors, the conquerors during these trials and tribulations, the other contestants, and you're going to be too busy celebrating to worry about those who chose to give up, about those who said that they don't wish you to have this moment, to have your glory, to have your peace and your rest and your happiness and stuff, okay? Your enemies have chosen to be trash and to be tossed out as trash. I'm paraphrasing, but you know what I mean. So Ezra answers and says, I know, Lord, that the Most High is now called merciful, since he has mercy on those who haven't yet come into the world. He is called gracious, since he has mercy on those who convert to his law, and he's patient because he shows patience to those who have sinned, since they are his own creation. I know he's called generous because he wants to give gifts rather than demand them, and very merciful because he multiplies mercies more and more to those who are alive, and those who went before, and those who are to come in the future. If indeed he hadn't multiplied them, the world with those who live in it would now not exist. He's called a giver because he didn't give out of his own goodness some relief for their sins to people who committed sins. Not 1/10,000th part of humanity could live. He's called a judge because unless he forgave those created by his word and wiped out the multitude of their offenses, perhaps only a very few would even be left from the innumerable multitude. Right? That's the other thing too, is forgiveness. Okay? So like I've been stressing, because I'm just commenting this whole time. I stress action. Okay? That's where I'm coming from. I know there's lots of people out there, lots of different perspectives and stuff. I'm stressing the action. Okay, I admit it, I know it, I realize it. That's my truth, is action over belief, right? Because belief, true belief, is exhibited in action, all right? So action is a proof of whatever you believe, or want, or desire, or strive to do, or whatever, right? Where was I going with that? Oh, forgiveness, right? So listen, if you're one of those people that hates to hear, the concepts of works versus grace or whatever, there's a huge debate about this, which really frustrates me. But if you don't want to hear about it or whatever, there's a lot of people that don't want to hear that you're going to be judged according to the things you have done in this life. Okay? I'm sorry to point my finger at everybody, but that's true. You will be. But the good news is, although you might be kind of scared because, like, damn, you know all your skeletons in your closet, you're still alive, right? Sweet. Go change it. Okay, that's the good news. That's literally what repentance is. Go live the opposite of that. Go look for the opportunities to add to the world or to someone else or to yourself, you know? Contribute to growth. Okay? That's the good news. You could still do that. You can still tip the scales in your favor. Stop thinking that just because you did, you know, however many bad deeds, that's it for me. Might as well just keep doing bad deeds. No, man. Unless you just want a short reward, and that you'll get one. I promise you, okay? But the good news is you don't have to, okay? You can tip those scales way in your favor by doing good deeds, okay? Man, it's really simple. But the point is, you have a choice, okay? You have a choice. I didn't know this was going to turn into like a sermon. Whatever. I'm just telling you, okay? I'm trying to encourage people because there's a lot of people out there that feel depressed that they're just evil because they've done evil things. You messed up. You made a mistake, okay? You screwed up. You knew better. Especially you're going to feel even worse about it if you actually do have a good soul. Okay? Don't condemn yourself. Be forgiven. Forgive yourself. Let it go. Now is now. All right? So take now by the horns. Grab the reins of right now and ride it to shape your future. Anyways, I don't know. It's good. It really is good news, okay? You can change. I can change. I feel like it's Rocky IV at the end. Anyways. Excuse me. Let me take a sip. Hold on. All right, let's continue on. Next chapter. Chapter 8. This is fun for me. I love this. I don't even care if I have like 1 million views or whatever. This is my passion. I love all this stuff. Chapter 8. So the angel answered Ezra and says, "The Most High made this world for the sake of the many, or for the sake of many, but the future world for the sake of few. This world, the season of Satan, the evil fallen world, is for the most people." Okay? So don't act shocked, you know, that the world isn't all lovely if you're a lovely person. Your world is coming. It's on the way. "But I will tell you a parable, Ezra. Just as when you ask the earth and it tells you that it provides much clay to make earthenware, but little dust from which gold comes to be, so the present world also works. Many indeed are created, but few will be saved." Few people are going to make it through the apocalypse. Okay? Few people are going to see the time of no death. The apocalypse is a time of death. Okay? Most people on earth are going to die or be reset. Their lives are going to be reset. Okay? Thank you. Come again. That's it. For most people, a huge chunk of the population, from my studies, okay, from what I know so far in life personally, as someone that studies eschatology vehemently, like reverently, respectfully, and all the time, most people are not going to make it. That's how it's supposed to be. Now, listen, it's natural for you guys to respond and go, "Oh my God, well that sucks, right? I'm not going to make it." That doesn't mean you're not going to make it. It just means most people. Okay, just like how the angel told Ezra, stop counting yourself in on the bad side, okay? Stop condemning yourself. Cut that out, all right? Be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Start seeing yourself in a little better of a light because you deserve it, damn it. It's the rest of the world that's judging you. Stop judging yourself. So Ezra replies and says, "Therefore, take delight in understanding my soul and drink your fill of knowledge. You came into the world unwillingly, and against your will you depart. You are given but a little while to live. Lord above us, if you will permit your servants to pray before you, give us seed for the heart and cultivation for the understanding, that there may be fruit from which every mortal who bears the form of a human being may live. Let me read that again, the important part. That there may be fruit. Actions are fruit, okay? Their production, their produce. It is what is produced from the life-giving element, which is spirit, inside of you. Okay, they manifest in the action in the world, in actions. Okay, that's fruit. So, that there may be fruit from which every mortal who bears a human form may live. You may live by these fruits. You alone exist, and we are your handiwork, as you have said, because you give life to the body that it is now fashioned in the womb, and you give it members. Your creation is preserved in fire and water. For 9 months, the womb you have fashioned endures what is created in it. But both the container and its contents will be conserved by your care. And when the womb at last gives forth what is created in it, you have commanded that from the members themselves, that is from the breasts, milk, the fruit of the beasts, should be provided. By this means, that which is fashioned may be nourished for a time, and afterward you will dispose of this person in your mercy. You nourished them with your justice, tutored them in your law, and reproved them in your wisdom. You will cause him to die as your creation, and give him life as your work. If therefore you will destroy with a simple command one who was fashioned at your command with such labor, why was he made? Now I will surely speak. You know best about the sum total of humanity. I'll give you that. But what about your people who grieve me, and about your inheritance because of which I lament, and about Israel on whose account I am sad, and about the seed of Jacob, because of which I am disturbed? Therefore I will pray because you, for myself and for them, because I see the defects of we who live on earth. But I have heard of the swiftness of the judgment that is to come. Therefore hear my voice and consider my words, and I will speak before you. He's just repeating himself over and over and over. I don't even know if Ezra gets it. He keeps asking the same question. Yeah, but why is this happening to me? Just hang in there and it'll make sense, okay, Ezra? After the apocalypse comes, that which is concealed will be revealed to you. Okay, you're asking now for something that is a gift that you're not supposed to get until a certain time in the future. You know, it's like you want to open the Christmas present early or whatever. And the angel is like the parent that's like, okay, I'll give you one present on Christmas Eve. You know what I mean? He just keeps on asking, can I open another one? Can I open another one? The beginning of the words of Ezra's prayer before he was taken up. So, before Ezra was taken up, Ezra says, Lord, you live in eternity. The highest heavens are yours, and your upper chambers are in the air. This is physically in our world, just so you know. Okay, this is a place from the firmament to the earth. These places exist, okay? Not like another dimension out there or whatever. I mean, you can see it like that if you want to, but it says the air, okay? This is in our world. Lord, you live in eternity. The highest heavens are yours, and the upper chambers are in the air. Your authority is beyond estimation, and your glory is beyond our power to comprehend. The armies of angels wait on in fear, and at your command they are changed into wind and fire. Your word is true, and what you say lasts forever. Your command is powerful, and your precepts are fearsome. Your gaze dries upon the deeps, and your threat makes mountains melt. Your truth is acknowledged. Hear your servant's voice. Listen to my request, the request of one whom you formed. Listen to my words. But me, I will speak as long as I live, and while I still have understanding, I will respond. Don't pay attention to your people's sins, but to those who have served you in truth. Don't consider those who do evil by sinning, but those who have kept your covenants in the midst of torments. Now, I just want to point something out. Like, Ezra should take his own advice. He's asking God to do this, but this entire discourse, this is all he's been doing. He's been focusing on all the evil people instead of the good, right? He's saying, like, why do the good have to suffer, blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean? Don't think about those who have conducted themselves wickedly in your presence, but of those who have made it their purpose to know what it means to revere you. Don't set your mind to destroy those who have lived as mindlessly as cows, but look on those who showed forth your glorious law. Don't be angry at those who are esteemed lower than animals, but love those who have constantly hoped to honor you. We and those before us have followed ways that lead to death, but it's on account of us sinners that you are said to be merciful. If you desire to have pity on us, who have no good deeds to our credit, then you will be called compassionate. The righteous who have many works laid up with you will receive reward for their own works. What are human beings that you should be angry with them, or a corrupt race that you should be irate with them? In truth, no one born has not violated your commands, and no one who grew up has not sinned. But this shows your goodness, Lord, when you have pity on those who have no stockpile of good works. Now, I want to comment on this too. Okay, Ezra is feeling pretty guilty right now. He's clearly recalling all of whatever bad things he's done in his life, okay? And he's like, you know, you got to forgive me. Like, I don't have anything good in me, okay? Compared to you, I'm just garbage. Like, don't toss me out. Why would you just make me to be garbage? That's Ezra seeing that. That's his perspective. He's projecting that upon God, okay? Which is a huge mistake. And he's also not thinking about all the good things that he's done throughout his life. He's allowing the bad to weigh him down, almost so that he feels, you know, this can become an excuse to continue being bad. You know, like, you just feel like that's it. There's no purpose. There's no point to being good, because all your bad memories of all the little skeletons in your closet have weighed you down to where you just feel like trash, and you just need forgiveness for all of it, right? Well, the good news is you can be forgiven for all of it. But it's still on the scale. It's still there. So now that you're forgiven, okay, we will acknowledge that there's a bunch of bad stuff on this side of the scale and not much on this side over here, okay? So this side's heavier. The bad stuff's heavier. Okay, I forgive you for all that bad stuff. That bad stuff's still there, though. It still happened. History's not erased or anything. But now that you're forgiven, go make the good side heavier. Go contribute all the good actions to the other side of it, right? If the bad deeds are bad deeds, then and you acknowledge, yeah, I'm just trash and garbage, you know, and I've just lived like that my entire life. Change your life so that you tip the scales in your favor, right? So this is kind of Ezra's argument, is how I'm explaining this to you. So let's hear what God says, or the angel that represents God. So he answers and says, "You've said some things correctly, and according to your words it will be done. Indeed, I won't think about the formation of sinners, or their death, or judgment, or damnation, but I will rejoice over the creation of the righteous, their journey also, and the deliverance and the receipt of a reward. As I've said, then so it is. Just as a farmer sows many seeds on the land, but in time, not all seeds that are sown will be saved, nor will all the planted things take root. So, also, not all those who are sown in the world will be saved. So it's just like the farmer, right? That spreads all these corn seeds or whatever, right? It's not going to like pull up all the weeds and like hug them and care about them and stuff like that. He's going to just toss them out without thinking twice. And he's going to really value all the corn, the fruit that is grown from, that's what he was trying to plant in the first place, right? Anyways, let's continue on. So I answered and I said, if I found favor with you, let me speak, because the farmer's seed doesn't grow up, perhaps because it didn't receive your rain in season. Or if it was spoiled by an abundance of rain, it perishes. So now he's trying to blame God for his own evil. But human beings who are shaped by your hands and named in your image, because they're made in your likeness, for whom you created all things, have you compared them to a farmer's seeds? No, Lord, above us, but spare your people and have mercy on your inheritance, for you have mercy on your own creation, right? So he's just making an excuse. Well, if I was evil, it's your fault. You didn't make life easy for me during these times. You're in control. You're omnipotent, right? So he answered me and he said, the present things, the things that are happening now, are for those who now are. And the future things for those in the future. You are a long way from loving my creation more than I do. But you have often associated yourself with the wicked. Never do so. But even in this respect, the Most High will admire you, because you have humbled yourself, as befits you, and didn't count yourself amongst the righteous, so that you may be glorified all the more. So what he's saying is, I'm glad that you think you're evil, but congratulations, you're actually not. And I'm glad you're not walking around all haughty and puffed up and saying like, I'm so righteous, I'm so good. And then it's better for you to be humble and worry about not being good, and in reality you really are, than walk around thinking that you're good when in reality you're not. It befits you that you didn't count yourself among the righteous, so that you may be glorified all the more. Many miseries will afflict those who inhabit the world in the last times, because they will walk around in great pride. Damn, that's so true. But think of yourself. Ask about the glory of those who are like you. For you, paradise is opened. The tree of life is planted. The future time is prepared. Abundance is made ready. The city is built. Rest is appointed and goodness is perfected. Wisdom is perfected in advance. The root of evil is sealed off from you. Weakness is abolished from you. And death is hidden. The netherworld and decay have fled into oblivion. Sorrows have passed, and the treasure of immortality is displayed to the end. Therefore, don't continue to ask about the great many who perish. They also receive freedom, but they despised the Most High. They spoke ill of his law and abandoned his ways. They brought this on themselves. Moreover, they also trampled his righteous ones. You. They said in their heart that there is no God, even though they knew that they would have to die. Just as the things that are predicted will receive you, so also the thirst and torment that are prepared will receive them. The Most High didn't intend for human beings to be destroyed, but those who were themselves created defiled the name of their Creator and were ungrateful to him who prepared life for them. Therefore my judgment draws close, which I haven't disclosed to all except to you and a few like you. Right? So let's think about this in terms of like the modern world. Let's say we're talking about robots, okay? You build a robot. You're God. You're like the robot God, okay? You create a whole line of robots. And some robots, you give robots the ability to think for themselves and to make their own choices. You've given them guidelines to say, Go help humans. That's your purpose. If you see other robots, help them, right? That's your purpose, is to accomplish these tasks for the betterment of all. And that's why you design the robots. And you warned the robots and told them, if you malfunction and if you choose to stray from your purpose and to make the world a worse place, I will have to destroy you. I will have to turn you off and throw you away or salvage you or repurpose your parts. Okay? You let the robots know that. Okay? That's their choice. And, you know, that they get to make that choice. That's the freedom that you gave them. It's a beautiful gift. And they enjoyed it, and that's what they chose to do with it. That was their will. That was their wish. Okay? So robots, don't get upset whenever the trash man comes because you're defective. I don't know. Anyways, so Ezra answers and says, "Look now, Lord, you've shown me a multitude of signs that you're about to perform in the last times, but you haven't shown me when they will take place." Always comes down to this. People always want to know when. So let's check out the next chapter, chapter 9. He answered me and says, "Measure carefully within yourself, and when you see that a certain part of the signs that were predicted have passed, then you'll understand that the time has come in which the Most High will begin to visit the world that he made. When the movement of places, the tumult of peoples, the plotting of nations, the inconstancy of leaders, and the confusion of princes appear in the world, then you will understand that it was about these things that the Most High spoke from the former days, from the beginning. Just as with everything that has happened in the world, the beginning is known from the end, and the end comes to be seen. So also the times of the Most High. The beginnings are manifest in prodigies and mighty works, and the end is evident in deeds and signs." You notice how he's not saying May 15th, 2040, or, you know, any date at all, but, you know, I just picked that one for my own reasons. But anyways, you notice how he's not giving you a date. They're asking, these men of God, these prophets and, you know, saints and whatnot, time and time again, Jesus' own disciples ask all the time, when will this happen? The answer, time and time again, is nobody knows. But we do know the signs that you can look out for so that you can be ready when the time grows near. So, do you want to know the signs? Do you want to know what's on the way so that you can start getting yourself ready for that time? Because the answer is going to be, I don't know, every time. Nobody knows. The beginnings are manifest in prodigies, blah, blah, blah. Let's see. All this, who will be saved? Who will be able to escape through their works or through the faith with which they believe? Will survive and predict the dangers, and will see my salvation in my land and within my borders, which I have made holy for myself for a long time. Then whoever has now abused my ways will be astonished, and whoever rejected them will, in contempt, will linger in agony. Those who didn't acknowledge me when they were alive, even though they received my benefits. Those who despised my law while they were enjoying freedom and didn't come to their senses, but continued to scoff at the opportunity for a changed life was still open to them. These people must acknowledge me in torment after death. But don't be curious any longer about how the wicked will be tortured. Instead, inquire how and when the righteous, to whom the world belongs, and because of whom the world exists, will be saved. So I also want to point this out, okay? It's not God or devils or angels that are personally torturing these souls. It's their life that tortures them. It's the life that they lived, torturing them. You know, they say your whole life flashes before your eyes, like when you're dying or whatever. Yeah, think about that. I answered, I said before, and I'll say it again, to those who perish are more numerous than those who are saved, just as a wave is greater than a drop. So he answered me, As the field is, so is the seed, and as the flowers, so also the colors, as the labor, also the product, as the farmer and the threshing floor. There was a time in this world when I was preparing for those who now are, before the world in which they would dwell was made for them. No one opposed me, because no one existed yet. Now, however, those who have been created in this world, a world furnished with both an inexhaustible table and an endless pasture, have become corrupt in their habits. I considered the earth, and I observed that it was ruined. I considered my world, and I observe in it was danger because of the intrigues of those who had come into it. I saw and I spared them with great difficulty. I saved for myself one grape out of a cluster, one plant out of a great forest. So therefore, let the multitude that was born without purpose perish. Let my grape and my plant be preserved, because I perfected these with much effort. But let 7 more days pass. Don't fast during this time, but go into a field of flowers where no house is built, and eat only the flowers of the field. Don't eat meat, don't drink wine, eat only flowers. Pray to the Most High without pause, and I'll come and talk to you. Now, he says, I went out as he told me into the field that is called Ardat. I sat there amongst the flowers, and I ate the plants of the field, and their food satisfied me. After 7 days I was lying on the grass, and my heart was disturbed again as before. My mouth was opened, and I began to say before the Most High, Lord, you revealed yourself to us, to our ancestors in the wilderness, when they were going out from Egypt, and when they were coming into the desert, that no one crossed and bore no fruit. And you said, listen to me, Israel, offspring of Jacob, pay attention to what I say. Look, I'm sowing my law in you, and it will bear fruit in you, and you will be glorified in it forever. Though our parents received the law, they didn't keep it, and didn't observe what was lawful. The fruit of the law didn't perish, nor could it, since it was yours. Yet those who received it perished, not keeping what was sown in them. Normally, when the ground receives seed, or the sea a ship, or some other container of food or drink, and when it happens that what was sown, or what was sent, or what was received is destroyed, those things themselves are destroyed, but the containers remain. But this hasn't been so in our case. We who received the law sinned and will perish, along with our hearts that received it. Yet the law doesn't perish and remains in its glory. Let me paraphrase that. Oh my God, I hate it. Some of this can get kind of like, you get stuck in this cadence, and it can kind of like be hard to listen to. So Ezra is saying, why do you keep the law around and let all the sinners perish? Right? So while I was saying these things in my heart, I looked with my eyes, and I saw a woman to my right. She was lamenting and crying with a loud voice, and she was experiencing deep grief. Her clothes were torn. There were ashes on her head. I dismissed my own thoughts. I turned to her and I said, "Why are you weeping? Why do you grieve so deeply?" She said to me, "Leave me alone, sir, so that I may weep for myself and continue in my grief, because I'm very bitter inside. I'm depressed." So I said to her, What's wrong? What have you suffered? Tell me." She said to me, "I, your servant, was infertile, and I haven't given birth, although I had a husband for 30 years. Hour after hour, day after day, these 30 years, I pleaded with the Most High by night and by day. After 30 years, God heard your servant and saw how dejected I was, so he attended to my distress, and he gave me a son. I rejoiced greatly over him, as I did my husband and all my fellow citizens. We were greatly honored by the Mighty One. I nourished my son with much labor, and when he grew up, I came to take a wife for him, and I set the day of the marriage feast." But it happened that when my son went into his wedding chamber, he fell down and he died. We extinguished all of our lamps and all my fellow citizens rose to console me. I was quiet until the next day, until nightfall, but when all ceased consoling me, so that I would be quiet, I got up at night and I fled, and I came into this field as you see now. I plan not to return to the city, but to stay here, and I won't eat, I won't drink. I'm just going to cry and lament and not eat, and I won't stop until I die. I abandoned the thoughts that preoccupied me and I responded to her anger. Most foolish of all women, don't you see our grief and what has befallen us? Zion, the mother of us, is afflicted in sadness and utterly dejected. Grieve mightily now, because we all grieve. Be sorrowful, because we're all sorrowful. But you are mourning only for one son. Ask the earth, and she will tell you that she is the one who should mourn, since so many have sprouted upon her. From her, from the beginning, all have been born, and others will come. Look, nearly all go to ruin, and their multitude is doomed to destruction. Who then ought to mourn the more? Shouldn't she, who has lost such a great multitude, rather than you? You only grieve for one person. The earth has lost many. Perhaps you say to me, my lamentation isn't like that of the earth, because I lost the fruit of my womb, which I bore with pains and brought forth with sorrows. The earth, however, is just following the way of the earth, the multitude that is present, and it goes as it came. I would then say to you, as you give birth with grief, so also from the beginning the earth yielded its fruit, humanity to him who made it. Therefore keep grief to yourself, and bear valiantly whatever misfortunes befall you. If you declare the decree of God to be just, you will receive your son back in due time, and also be praised among women. Therefore go into the city to your husband. Let me paraphrase this, because this is starting to get boring too, for me personally, okay? Listen, what's happening in Ezra's life, whether or not it's reality, it's definitely a vision. What he is telling the woman is the same advice that applies to him. The woman's grieving over the loss of the son, just as Ezra is grieving over, worrying about his own soul or the loss of, all the evil people on earth or whatever. Okay? So Ezra's being shown something that it's actually for him. He thinks he's giving advice to this woman, but it's really self-talk. You know what I mean? So the woman says, I will not go into the city. I'm just going to die right here. Right? She just wants to give up. I spoke again to her, don't say this. Let yourself be persuaded because of Zion's fate, and be consoled because of Jerusalem's grief. You see that our sanctuary is laid waste, our altar is demolished, our temple is destroyed. Our harp is brought low, and our hymnody has been silenced. Our joy is undone. The light of our lamp is extinguished. I hate how they go on and on like this. I get it, you know what I mean? This is how they talk. The chest containing our covenant has been taken as plunder. Our holy things have been defiled, and the name is invoked over us has been dishonored. Our free citizens have suffered abuse. Our priests have been tortured and burned to death. Our Levites have gone into captivity. Our virgins have been defiled. Our wives have been raped. Our righteous men have been snatched away. Our little ones have been given over. Our youths have been enslaved. Our strong men have been deprived of strength. Even more than all this, the seal of Zion, for she now loosed the seal of her glory, is handed over to those who hate us. Shake off your great sadness then. Put away the multitude of your sorrows, so that the Mighty One may show you favor, and the Most High may give you peace and rest from your labors. So, while I was speaking to her, Ezra, look, suddenly her face shined brightly. Her appearance became like a flashing splendor. I became afraid of her. I wondered what was happening. Without warning, she let out a noise, a great voice, full of fear, so that the earth itself shook with the sound. I watched, and she no longer appeared to me as a woman, but there was a city built and a place with great foundations that appeared. I was afraid, and I shouted with a great voice, "Where is the angel Uriel, who came to me from the beginning? He's the only one who brought me to the end of my wits. My end has turned into decay, and my prayer into a reproach." So this woman, it's a vision, okay? He's seeing a vision, very obviously. And it's for his benefit. He's the one asking all these questions. And it's a form of like the Socratic method. They're getting him to answer his own questions. Pardon me. All right, so the woman turns into the city. It's the same woman in the same city in the book of Revelation, okay? Because we're talking about the same place. Let's see. While I was screaming, the angel who had come to me in the beginning came to me again, and he looked at me. I was laid out like a dead man, and I had lost my mind. I held my strong hand, or he held my strong hand, comforted me. He set me on my feet, and he said, "What happened to you? Why are you agitated? Why are your mind, your intellect, and your understanding all in turmoil?" And I said, "Because you abandoned me. I followed your instructions. I went out into the field, and look, I saw and I see something I can't describe." So the angel says, "Stand up like a man. I'll remind you." So I said, "Okay, speak, my Lord. Only don't abandon me so that I might not die for nothing. I can't make sense out of what I saw, and I don't understand what I've heard. Or is my mind deceived and my soul dreaming? Now then, I beg you, please explain this bewildering sight to me." So he answers, the angel says, "Listen to me. Let me teach you. I'll speak to you about what you fear, for the Most High has revealed many mysteries to you. He saw that you walk the straight way, because you grieve for your people without ceasing, and you mourn greatly over Zion. Here then is the meaning of the vision. This is the explanation of the woman who appeared to you a little while ago, whom you saw mourning and whom you began to console. Though now you don't see a woman, you see a fully constructed city, and it's appeared to you, and who told you about the fate of her son. This woman who you saw is Zion, whom you now see as a built city." He's looking at the Garden of Eden, okay? And the mountain, Zion, is Rupus Negra, Mount Meru, etc. Okay? The woman is the surrounding land, the city, that produces that light that comes up out of that mountain. As for what she said to you, that she was infertile for 30 years, it's because there were 3,000 years in the world when offerings were not yet made in her. After 3,000 years, Solomon built the city and made offerings. That is when the infertile woman bore a son. As for what she said to you, that she nourished him with labor, this was the time that Jerusalem was inhabited. And as for what she said to you, that her son came into his wedding chamber and died, and that misfortune happened to her, this is the destruction that happened to Jerusalem at the wedding. The wedding concept is a cosmic wedding. It's the wedding, the merging between the sky and the earth, okay, during the apocalypse. Indeed, you saw her likeness, how she mourns her son, and you began to console her over these things that happened. These things were to be shown to you. Now the Most High, seeing that you are sincerely saddened, and that you suffer for her with all your heart, He's shown you the splendor of her glory and the beauty with which she is adorned. For this reason, I told you to remain in the field where no house is built. I knew that the Most High was about to show you these things. Therefore, I told you to come into the field where there is no building's foundation. So no work of human construction could survive in the place where the city of the Most High was about to be made manifest. Therefore, don't fear. Don't let your heart be afraid. Go inside, see the splendor and the greatness of the building, insofar as you are capable of seeing with your own eyesight. After this, you will hear as much as the hearing of your ears can hear. You're privileged more than many and are called into the presence of the Most High as few are. Tomorrow night you will remain here, and the Most High will show you in dreams and visions what the Most High will bring about for those who live on earth in the last days. So I slept that night and for the next, as he told me. All right, so Ezra's being given these dreams and these visions of the Garden of Eden, specifically that particular land, and the surrounding lands as well, and what's going to happen during the end times. On the second night, I had a dream. I saw an eagle with 12 feathered wings and 3 heads rising up from the sea. Just so you know, the eagle is not an eagle, okay? He's seeing something, right? But he doesn't know what he's looking at. It's pareidolia. It looks like an eagle to him, so that's how he's going to describe it. I saw an eagle with 12 feathered wings and 3 heads rising up from the sea. It spread its wings over the whole earth, and all the winds of heaven blew towards it. So it's like a vortex of wind. And the clouds gathered around it. Out of its wings grew opposing wings. These became small, tiny wings. Its heads were at rest. The middle head was larger than the other heads, but it was also at rest with them. I kept looking, and I saw the eagle flying with its wings to rule over the earth and over those who lived on the earth. I saw how everything under heaven was made to submit to it, and no one opposed it, not a single creature that lives on the earth. I looked and I saw the eagle rise on its talons and call out to its wings, saying, "Don't all watch together. Let each one sleep in its place and take turns watching, but the heads will be kept for the end." I looked and I saw that the voice didn't come from its heads, but from the middle of its body. I counted its opposing wings, and there were 8 of them. A wing arose on the right side, and it ruled over the whole earth. And while it was ruling, it came to an end and disappeared, so that its place vanished. The next one rose up and ruled, and it held sway for a long time. While it was exercising its rule, it came to its end, so that it disappeared like the previous one. Then a voice rang out, saying to this wing, "Listen, you who have held sway over the earth all this time, I announce this to you before you begin to disappear. No one after you will hold sway as long a time, not even half as long." A third wing raised itself up and also exercised rulership like the previous ones, and it too disappeared. And so it happened to each of the wings in turn to come to power, and then never to be seen again. I looked, and indeed the wings that followed on the right side also rose up in time, so that they too might rule. But some of those who came to power disappeared immediately, while others of them rose up but didn't succeed in establishing their rule. After all this I looked again, and the 12 wings and the 2 of the little wings had disappeared. Nothing remained on the body of the eagle except for the 3 heads that were at rest and the 6 little wings. Oh my God. Anyway, so this is different levels of symbolism, okay? On one hand, he's seeing like the actual plasma rising up and spreading out, and it's symbolic for the different times that the plasma will rise up time and time again and rule over the earth, okay? Or the people who lived during that time are destined to rule over the earth. Many people think it represents Rome, like Rome from antiquity as we're taught about it. And it might to a certain degree, but I don't believe that. Okay, just because the Roman Empire used an eagle does not mean that's the Roman Empire. But they really want this to be applied to the 70 AD time frame, and that's why they say, oh, it's the Roman Empire. But like I said, this is a cyclical event, okay? Throughout time, there are many different empires that use the eagle, the phoenix, these different cosmic birds, okay, for their standards. I looked and I noticed that 2 of the 6 little wings were set apart and remained under the head on the right side, but 4 remained in their place. I watched as these little wings plotted to rise up and take power. One was raised up, but it immediately disappeared, and then a second. But this one disappeared more quickly than the previous one. I saw the two that were left plotting amongst themselves that they too should rule. And while they were making their plans, one of the heads that had been at rest, the one in the middle, woke up. This one was bigger than the other two heads. I saw how it formed a partnership with the two other heads, and how the head turned with those that were with it, and it ate up the two little wings that planned to rule. Moreover, this head gained power over the whole earth, and dominated those who lived on it, inflicting great distresses. It had greater power over the whole earth than all the wings that had gone before. So clearly, symbolically, it's talking about the different nations or tribes that come out of the place where the bird lives, okay, which is paradise. After this, I watched in the middle head, just like the wings, it suddenly disappeared. There were two heads left. However, which also ruled over the earth and over those who live in it. This is the double-headed phoenix that you guys are used to seeing. I heard a voice saying to me, "Look in front of you and consider what you see." I looked. I saw something like a lion being roused, roaring out of the forest. I heard how he spoke in a human voice and said to the eagle, "Listen, you, and I'll speak to you. The Most High says to you, aren't you the last of the four beasts that made it to rule the world so that I might bring the end of times through them?" So there's beasts that rise up. Man, I just want to paraphrase all this stuff. This is starting to make me tired. All right, listen. There's a beast that rises up out of the Arctic Ocean, okay? That beast is not an actual physical beast or an animal of any sort. It's not a human being. It's not Trump. It's not Biden. It's not Kamala. It's not any of the people that you think it is or would like it to be. It is energy that rises up out of the earth. That energy will be seen in the form of plasma. The earth is going to make all these things happen, okay? People are going to see this stuff, they're going to hear it, they're going to experience it, and they're going to freak out, all right? And some will worship it, okay? People will respond in all kinds of weird ways. So, these similar to the beasts in Revelation. Aren't you the last of the four beasts that made to rule the world? You, the fourth beast, has come, conquered all the beasts that came before you, ruling over the world with much terror over the whole world, with harsh oppression. You have lived in the world with deceit for so long. You judged the whole earth, but not in truth. So it's talking about the season of Satan, and the satanic energy is like a form of beast. You judged the earth, but not in truth. You have oppressed the meek and injured those who cause no unrest. You hated those who spoke the truth and loved liars. You destroyed the dwellings of those who bore fruit and tore down the walls of those who had done you no harm. Your insolence had ascended to the Most High, and your pride to the Mighty One. The Most High has reviewed his times, and look, they're finished. His ages are complete. Therefore, eagle, you must utterly vanish. You and your terrifying wings and dreadful little wings and your evil heads and your dreadful talons and your worthless body. Then the whole earth will be refreshed and restored, set free from your violence, and will hope for the judgment and mercy of him who made it. Let me check something real quick. Hold up. Let's see. It's a good bit. Are you retarded, computer? Sorry, one sec. Oh, there's 16 chapters. I was just checking. All right, what chapter are we on? 12. My God, I hope it gets better. All right. While the lion was saying these words to the eagle, I looked and I saw that the head had prevailed, disappeared, and the two wings that were gone over it rose up so that they might rule, but their rule was weak and chaotic. I watched as they disappeared, and the whole body of the eagle was burned. The earth was filled with fear. I woke because my mind was racing and full of fear. I said to myself, look, you brought all this on yourself with your probing into the ways of the Most High. Look here, I'm emotionally exhausted and barely alive. I don't even have a little strength left in me because of the great fear that has shaken me this night. Now, therefore, I pray to the Most High that he may strengthen me to the end. Supreme Lord, if you do look upon me favorably, if you consider me to be amongst the more righteous, and if my prayer has indeed risen into your presence, strengthen me. Show me, your servant, the interpretation and the meaning of this terrible vision. Console my soul, since you've taught me worthy, since you have thought me worthy to be shown the end of times and the last events of the times. So he said to me, this is the interpretation of the vision that you saw. The eagle you saw rising from the sea is the fourth kingdom. It appeared in a vision in your brother Daniel, but it wasn't interpreted for him as I now interpret it for you, or have shown it to you. Look, the days are coming when a kingdom will rise on the earth that will be more terrifying than all the kingdoms that came before it. 12 kings will rule in it, one after another. The second one to rule will have a longer time than the rest of the 12. This then is the interpretation of the 12 wings that you saw. As for the fact that you have heard a voice that spoke, coming not from its heads, but from the middle of its body, this is the interpretation. In the midst of this kingdom's time, great conflicts will arise. It will be in danger of falling, and it won't fall then, but it will be restored to its beginning. As for the fact that you saw 8 little wings clinging to its wings, this is the interpretation. 8 kings will arise inside of it. Their rules will amount to nothing, and their years will be swift. 2 of them will perish. When the middle of the time draws near, 4 will be reserved until the time approaches for its end. 2 will be preserved until the very end. This is all in the book of Revelation, just so you know, okay? These are all the mountains and the horns of the beasts and all that stuff, okay? That's what I'm hearing. As for the fact that you saw 3 heads at rest, this is the interpretation. In the last period, the Most High will raise up 3 kings, and he will renew many things in it, and they will rule the earth and greatly oppress those who dwell on it, more than all the rest who are before them. Therefore they are called the heads of the eagle, because they will sum up its acts of impiety and complete its last deeds. This is so interesting to me. Just keep in mind, okay, I'm just thinking out loud. Keep in mind that all the gases are being released from the earth, and they'll start rushing up. So you're going to see these beams of light. You're going to see these anomalies rise up in different places in the earth. The largest one's near the North Pole, okay? The apocalypse, the complete polarity reversal, will not come until the last one rises up. Okay? So, just how Jesus says, you know, in the end times, people say there's many Christs. They'll say, hey, look, there's Christ over there, or there's Christ over there, or whatever, right? The last one is the real one. All right. The sword of one of them will destroy the one who is with him, but he too will fall by the sword in the last days. These are the prophets. I believe this is talking about those prophets in Revelation. The anode and the cathode mountains, probably. As for your seeing the 2 small wings passing over to the head on the right, this is the interpretation. The Most High is keeping these for the eagle's head, or for the eagle's end. This rule will be weak and full of upheaval, as you saw. The lion whom you saw rousing itself from the forest, and the roaring and speaking to the eagle, and rebuking it for its deeds of injustice. As for all the words that you heard him speaking, this is the anointed one. The Most High has kept him for the end of days. He will arise from the line of David, and will come and speak to them. He will denounce their wicked acts and indict them for their injustice. He will set before them their despicable deeds. He will put them on trial while they're still alive, and after he has convicted them, he will destroy them. Yet he will mercifully liberate the remaining few from my people who are saved throughout my territory. He will make them joyful until the end comes, the judgment day of which I have spoken to you from the beginning. This is the dream that you saw, and this is its interpretation. You alone are counted worthy to know the secret of the Most High. Jesus Christ. All right, hold on, let me interpret all this, okay? This is getting difficult for me to read. I'm just going to be honest with you, okay? Like, I don't like how some of this stuff is written, okay? It irritates the crap out of me that it's so redundant. I get it, you know what I mean? Maybe some people need redundancy, but geez, man, like it infuriates me. So what's my point? My point is, this is very similar to what the book of Revelation talks about, the beasts and the Antichrist and all the stuff that you're going to see rising up out of the ocean. This is the Arctic Ocean, where all this stuff happens, okay? Some stuff might happen in other places on a small scale, but all the big stuff that's going to go down is going to happen in the north. From me to you, just so you know. Now, Ezra is commanded to write down all this stuff in a scroll and hide it. Teach these matters to the wise amongst your people. Those minds you know can grasp these secrets. But wait here yet another 7 days so that you may be shown whatever it pleases the Most High to show you. And then he took off. When the whole people heard that 7 days had passed, and I had not returned to the city, they gathered from the smallest to the biggest. They came to me and said, have we done something wrong? What did we do that you abandoned us and you just sit out here? You're the only one of all the prophets left to us, like a cluster of grapes from the vineyard, like a lamp in a dark place, like a harbor for a ship saved from the storm. You see what I'm talking about? God, man. Like, how many similes do you need to make the point? Or are the disasters that have befallen us not enough for us? If you abandon us now, it would have been better for us to have been burned up along with Zion. God, man, these two people are depressing. We are no better than those who died there. They wept with a loud voice. So he answers. So Ezra's out in this place trying to get answers for the peoples on their behalf, okay? So keep that in mind, okay? It's not always Ezra, but it's also he's representing the people. So Ezra says, have confidence, Israel. Don't be sad, house of Jacob. The Most High keeps you in his memory. The Mighty One hasn't forgotten you in his struggle. I have not abandoned you, nor have I gone away from you. I come to this place to pray because of Zion's desolation, in order to seek mercy for the humiliation of your sanctuary. Now go home, each of you, and I will come to you in a few days. So the people went into the city, as I told them, but I sat in the field for 7 days as I was commanded, and I ate only the flowers that grew in the field, and the plants were my food, and the plants were my food in those days. Ooh, chapter 13. This is supposed to be a good one, so let's check it out. I'm just being honest, you know what I mean? If it's boring, it's freaking boring. To me, okay? But man, that's a lot of repetition. All right, after 7 days, I had a dream during the night. I looked and I saw a wind rising from the sea and stirring up all of its waves. As I watched, this wind made something like the figure of a man come up out of the heart of the sea. There we go. Now we're talking about the blue beam. Jeez. Okay, this right here behind me, finally we got to it, all right? Let me read this again. This is the part I'm super interested in. After 7 days, I had a dream during the night. I looked and I saw a wind rising from the sea. This is called the Zephyr. Stirring up the waves. As I watched, this wind made something like the figure of a man come up out of the heart of the sea, the middle of the sea. That man was flying amongst the clouds of heaven, up in the air. This is happening in the sky. Wherever he turned his face to look, everything that fell under his gaze trembled. Wherever an utterance came from his mouth, all who heard his voice melted as wax melts when it feels the fire. I kept watching these things, and an uncountable multitude of people came together from the four winds of heaven to fight against the man who had come up from the sea. I watched as he carved a great mountain for himself and flew to it. I tried to see the region or the place from which the mountain was carved, but I couldn't. So let me tell you what's going on here, okay? This is the camp of the saints between the legs of this man up here, okay? This body portion actually continues down and it goes straight down to Mount Meru. All right, this is paradise between these legs. These are the pillars of Hercules right there. All right, this is the camp of the saints. The people will surround the camp of the saints and try to make war with, otherworldly beings that are going to come up from inside the earth and that are going to come down from the firmament when it opens, okay? Because the people that live here now that are in charge, this is their earth. They want to keep it. They don't want to give power to aliens, basically. All right. And this is the squatter man that we always talk about. All right, now, after this, I looked and I saw that all who gathered to do battle against him were sorely afraid, yet they dared to fight. When he saw the rush of the multitude coming, he didn't raise his hand or hold a spear or any weapon of war. Rather, I saw something like a wave of fire shoot forth from his mouth, and a breath of flame from his lips, and a storm of sparks from his tongue. All these things, the wave of fire, the breath of flame, and the mighty storm, mixed together and fell upon the crowd that was rushing forward, prepared to fight. It burned them all up, so that suddenly nothing was seen of the innumerable mob, except for dust of ashes and the smell of smoke. I saw this, and I was amazed. This is a naturally occurring event, okay? Our sun is going to settle over this area right here. And there's going to be a fight between the Christ-like beam and the Antichrist-like sunlight, okay? Clashing together as all the other parts are showing up. This is Ragnarok, literally, actually. And the sunlight, okay, in a perfect circle, is going to burn the outer portions of paradise where all the people are trying to get into, okay? It's not that they're trying to, attack the plasma man or whatever. They're trying to get into paradise, okay? I mean, some might think that they're trying to go to war or whatever, but they need to get into the Garden of Eden. And the people that they fight are going to have to be the inhabitants of the Garden of Eden, the inner earth denizens, and whoever might land from above. Okay, there's be a huge war right there for that mountain. But there's not even going to be a war, because it's going to be stopped real quick, because fires from above are going to incinerate everybody that goes there too early. After these things, I saw the same man coming down from the mountain. Oh, the mountain is Mount Meru, okay? Calling to himself another crowd, a peaceful one. So, this is very important, okay? I'm sorry for all the boring parts, but listen, this part is extremely important, because people always ask me, when should I go to the Garden of Eden? When should I leave? When should I go? Should we go now? Let's go now. I want to go now. No. Wait for the sign, okay? All the people that go there first are going to go to war. They have bad intentions, and they're going to all die. They're going to all be burnt to a crisp, all right, and become dust. You go after, okay, and you'll know. You'll be called. You'll hear it, okay. You'll sense it. You'll be compelled to go. I guess. Anyways, after these things, I saw the same man. This image right here, coming down from the mountain, calling to himself another crowd. So he just calling to himself another crowd. These frequencies called all of the armies of the earth to the middle. They're called. They feel like they need to go there. And they're all destroyed. Then after that, another group is called. Okay? A peaceful one. Many people came to him. Some were rejoicing and some were sad. Some even were tied up, while some were bringing other people as an offering. I woke up in great fear, and I pleaded with the Most High. I said, from the beginning you showed your servant all these wonders, and you considered me worthy that you should receive my prayer. Please tell me what this dream means. As I turn it over in my mind, I'm thinking about it. It was terrible for those who will be left in those days. How much worse for those who are not left. People will be sorrowful. Ah, oh, Jesus Christ. He's saying, just tell me what my dream means. That's it. That's all he's saying. All right? God. How terrible it'll be for all those who are left, and for the very reason they will see great dangers, and there will be many kinds of distress. It's better to encounter these things, incurring danger, than to pass from the world like a cloud, blah, blah, blah. All right, so here's what God says, or the angel. I will tell you the interpretation of the dream as well, and I'll explain to you the things that you spoke about. As to what you said about those who are left, this is the interpretation. He who brings the danger at that time will himself guard those who fall into danger, who have works and faith in the most mighty one. Know therefore that those who are left enjoy greater privilege than those who have died. The interpretation of the vision is as follows. God. Get to the point. In that you saw a man coming up from the heart of the sea. That is the one whom the Most High has been keeping for many ages. He will liberate God's creation all by himself, and he will put in order those who are left. That's the blue beam that comes up out of Mount Meru, okay, with good energy. In that you saw something like wind and fire and a storm go out of his mouth, and that he didn't hold a spear or a weapon of war, yet destroyed the rush of that multitude that had come to fight with him. Here's the interpretation. Look, the days are coming when the Most High will begin to rescue those who are on the earth. Those who live on the earth will go out of their minds. I've talked about that many times. That will happen. Okay? Just like you see in the movies. Same exact way. Those who live on earth will go out of their minds. They will plan to wage war against each other, city against city, place against place, nation against nation, kingdom against kingdom, doghouse against doghouse, street against street, neighborhood against neighborhood. You know, why do they do that, man? That's frustrating me. Why? God. When these things happen, the signs that I showed you before take place, then my son will be revealed, whom you saw as a man rising up. When all the nations hear his voice, then each one will leave its own region and will leave off the wars that they were waging against each other. An uncountable or innumerable mob will be gathered together, as you saw, wanting to come and fight against him. This is going to happen. All the bickering against each other is going to stop because the aliens are arriving, and so everyone's going to try to come together to go fight at the North Pole. When in reality, it's your government elite tricking you to trying to get rid of the inhabitants, the native inhabitants, so that they themselves can slip into paradise. And they're not trying to fight this blue beam, okay? But they will die from it. They will die from these plasmas and stuff. But not from the aliens, not from the inner earth terrestrials or extraterrestrials or whatever. But that figure will take his stand on the summit of Mount Zion. Mount Zion is another name for Mount Meru and Olympus and all those. Zion will come and appear to all, built and ready, as you saw, a mountain carved without hands. That's the temple. That's where the Son goes to live. Okay, that's the throne. That's the seat of this entity. It is not modern day Israel. It's not some Dome of the Rock or some lame human attempt at building a house for that. Okay? It can build its own house, trust me. My son himself will indict the assembled nations for their impious deeds. These things were indicated by the storm. He will scold them for their evil plans and reveal the torments with which they are about to be tortured. These things correspond to the flame. He will destroy them without effort by the law which was indicated by the fire. As to the fact that you saw him collecting himself another peaceful multitude, these are the 10 tribes that were taken captive from their land in the days of King Hoshea, whom King Shalmaneser of the Assyrians took across the river as a captive. They were taken into another land. This is you, okay? This is us, you and me. They were taken into another land, but they made this plan for themselves. They would leave the multitude of the nations and go into a more remote region where the human race had never lived. There, they would be able to observe their customs, which they hadn't kept in their own region. This is like Tartaria, the barbarians, all that stuff, okay? All these lost tribes that just were nomadic. And this is the reason why most of you can't trace your lineage back at all, okay? You don't know where you're from. They went in through the narrow passages of the Euphrates River. Bam! Like I say, okay? This is not the Middle East of today. They went in through the narrow passages of the Euphrates River. Take note. Then the Most High gave them signs and stopped the flow of the river until they had passed. Just as it says. They made a long journey through that region for 1.5 years, and the region is called Azareth. They lived there until the last time. And now they begin again to return. This is exactly what I've been telling people. Okay? The people left the Garden of Eden from the Euphrates. I got my map up there on the ceiling. Anyways. Some people understand what I'm trying to say. They became nomadic, okay? They're the Phoenicians, they're the Tartarians, they're all those families. And they settled in northern Siberia, Canada, all those places in the north. These people make up the multitude gathered in peace, along with those who are left of your people who are found within my holy boundaries. So think about it, right? If the 10 tribes are the peaceful ones, the other 2 are not. Then when he begins to destroy the multitude of the nations that are gathered, he will protect the people who have survived. Then he will show them many more signs. So I said, Supreme Lord, show me why I saw a man rising up from the heart of the sea. So he says, just as no one can seek out or know what is in the depths of the sea, so no one on earth can see my son or those who are with him, except in that time when his day comes. This is the interpretation of the dream that you saw, which has enlightened you alone of all people. You have abandoned your own affairs and occupied yourself with mine, and you have sought out my law. You have given your life to wisdom, and have called understanding your mother. Because of this I have shown you these things, for you have a reward with the Most High. After 3 days I will tell you and explain to you the weighty and wonderful things. He didn't even answer the question. I will answer the question, okay? Ezra asks plainly, where is it? Okay, show me why I saw a man rising up from the heart of the sea. The heart of the sea is the Arctic Circle, or the Arctic Ocean, okay? And in the midst, or the heart, the middle, is Hyperborea. It's the land, okay? And on either side over here, right, you've got the Septentrion, the 7 mountains, you got all these different plasma volcanoes. You have a circular land that creates a plasma sheath. All that plasma goes in towards Mount Meru, right? Becomes a singularity. A beam shoots up and down. The blue beam portion shoots upwards, and people see that coming up out of Mount Meru. That plasma singularity will also go up and down as that plasma sheath expands and contracts. Anyways, these are the legs. That's the plasma sheath. The legs of the Squatter Man. That's the plasma sheath of paradise. That's the serpent that wraps around paradise. That's the flaming sword that turns every which way, etc. It shoots straight up, and then it will branch out at the top, splitting at the top. There'll be a head, because the head is the apex dome, way up there in the sky. It's circular, looks like an eyeball too. But another thing it also could be, depending on the timing, is just the sun. The sun itself is going to become a circle, a blue circle. It's like a ring. Anyways, that's my explanation for it. I don't know why the angel didn't respond with something similar. I went out from there into a large field, glorifying and praising the Most High for the wonders that he performed over time. And because he governs the times and that comes from, oh my God. Because he governs the times and all that comes about in its time, I stayed there for 3 days. Let us continue. On the third day, I was sitting under an oak tree when a voice came out of a bush opposite of me and said, "Ezra, Ezra." So I said, "I'm here, Lord." I got up on my feet, and he said to me, "I revealed myself in a bush, and I spoke to Moses when my people were enslaved in Egypt. And I sent him and brought my people out of Egypt, and I led him to Mount Sinai, and I kept him with me for many days. I told him many wondrous things, and I showed him the secrets of the times and the end of times. I commanded him, saying, 'You will make these words public, but you will keep these other words secret.' So now I say to you, the signs that I showed you, the dreams that you saw, and the interpretations that you heard, put them in your heart. You will be taken from among human beings, and you will associate from now on with my son, and those who are like you, until the times are finished. The age is no longer young. The times are beginning to grow old. The age is divided into 12 parts. 9 parts, and half of the 10th part have already passed. 2 parts in addition to half of the 10th part remain. 2 parts in addition to half of the 10th part remain. Now then, I wonder if that's why the Mad Hatter's hat says that. Now then, put your house in order. Give solemn instruction to your people. Console the humble among them and instruct those who are wise. Renounce now the corruptible life. Put away short-lived thoughts. Cast off from yourself human burdens. Strip off your weak nature and push aside the thoughts that most trouble you. Hasten to depart from these times. As for the evils that you have now seen happen, people will yet do worse than these. The weaker the world becomes because of old age, the more will evils multiply on those who dwell in it. Truth will depart, and falsehood will come near. Even now the eagle which you saw in your vision hastens to come. So he gets to go to the island, basically. Okay, he's told to pack up and leave because he's been selected to write all this knowledge down for everybody, just like so many other before him. So he responds and says, "I will speak in your presence, Lord. Look, I'll go as you command me, and I'll warn the people who are now living. But who will warn those who will be born in the future? That would be me and others. The world is in darkness. Those who live in it have no light, because your law has been burned. So no one knows the things that you have done or what works are about to come to pass. If then I have found favor before you, send a Holy Spirit into me, and I will write everything that has happened in the world from the beginning, the things that were written in your law, so that human beings can find the path, and those who want to live in the last days may live." So he replied to me and said, "Go gather your people, say to them that they should not seek you for 40 days. Gather up many writing tablets, take with you Sariah, Dabria, Selemia, Athanas, and Asiel, these 5 who are trained to write fast. Come here, and I will light in your heart the lamp of understanding. It won't be extinguished until you have written everything down. When you're finished, you will make some things public. Others you will transmit secretly to the wise. You will begin to write tomorrow at this time. All right, so Ezra, the scribe, he's commissioned to write down some things for the public, for posterity, and some things only for certain people, right? Some secrets are only for individuals, certain people. So I said, hear these words, Israel, which is also the name of the prayer called the Shema. At first, our fathers lived as strangers in Egypt. They were liberated from there. They received the law of life, but they didn't keep it. You also transgressed after them. You were given land by allotment in the region of Zion. You and your fathers did evil and didn't keep the ways of the Most High that had commanded you. Since he is a judge in time, he took away from you what he granted. Now you are here and your relatives live even further away. If then you will rule your mind and instruct your heart, you'll be kept alive, and after death you'll attain mercy. Judgment comes after death, when we are restored to life, and then the names of the just will appear and the deeds of the wicked will be exposed. But let no one approach me now or come looking for me for 40 days. So I took the 5 men as I was commanded and went into the field and remained there. So it happened to me on the next day that a voice said, Ezra, open your mouth and drink what I give to you to drink. So I opened my mouth and a full cup was set before me. It was full of something like water, but its color was like fire. I took it and I drank, and when I had drunk it, my heart poured forth understanding, and wisdom increased in my heart, for my spirit retained memory. Oh, spirit memory, just like how I talk about. My mouth was opened and wasn't shut anymore. The Most High, moreover, gave understanding to the 5 men, and they wrote in turns what was dictated, in characters that they didn't know. They sat for 40 days. They wrote by day, but by night they ate bread. However, I spoke by day and wasn't silent by night. 94 scrolls were written in 40 days. When the 40 days were completed, the Most High said to me, make public the ones you wrote first, so that the worthy and the unworthy may read them. But keep the last 70, so that you may transmit them to the wise amongst your people. In these are the fountains of understanding, the source of wisdom and the river of knowledge. And so I did. Look here, speak in my people's ears the words of the prophecy that I place in your mouth, says the Lord. See to it that they are written down on paper, because they are reliable and true. Don't be afraid of conspiracies against you. Don't be confused by what unbelievers say, because every unbeliever will die in his unbelief. Look, I'm bringing disasters over the whole earth, the sword, hunger, death, and destruction, says the Lord, because wickedness has covered the whole earth, and their deeds are complete. Therefore, I will no longer be silent about their wicked deeds, which they do in their godlessness, nor will I tolerate any longer the things that they do wickedly. Look, innocent and righteous blood calls out to me. The souls of the just cry out constantly. I will surely avenge them, says the Lord. I will receive all their innocent blood to myself. My people are led like sheep to the slaughter. I will no longer permit them to live in the land of Egypt, but I will bring them out with great display of my power. And I will strike Egypt with plagues as before, and I will destroy all of its land. Egypt, symbolically, just so you know, has become all of the Southlands where we now live. And we will go on a great exodus, which is a return to Hyperborea. Let Egypt howl from its very foundations because the plague of beating and punishment inflicted by the Lord. Let the farmers who work the ground howl because they won't have enough seed. Their trees will be devastated by blight, hail, and terrible storms. It will not be a fun time. The sword and distress draw near, and the nation will rise against nation to fight with spears in their hands. Human beings won't be able to trust each other. As they grow strong against each other, they will pay no respect to their king or to the powerful chief of their great men. Someone will want to go into the city and won't be able to. Cities will be thrown into confusion because of their pride. Houses will be destroyed. People will be afraid. People will have no mercy on their neighbors. They will cause their neighbors trouble by breaking into their houses with swords to pillage their property because they're hungry for bread in great distress. Look, I'm calling together all the kings of the earth, those from the north and from the south, from the east and from Lebanon. I'm stirring them up to make them return and restore whatever my people gave them. As they have done to my chosen ones even to this very day, so will I do to them. They will suffer full payback. This is what the Lord says. My strong hand won't spare sinners, nor will my sword stop fighting against those who will spill innocent blood on the earth. God's anger has gone forth like fire to devour the earth's foundations and sinners like kindled straw. How terrible it will be for those who sin and don't keep my laws. I won't spare them. Go away, faithless children. Don't defile my sanctuary. God knows all who sin against him. Therefore, he will hand them over to death and slaughter. Even now, disasters have swept over the world, and you will have to endure them. God won't deliver you because you sinned against him. Look, a terrible sight is appearing from the east. The nations of the serpents of Arabia will go out with many chariots. From the day they begin their journey, their hissing will echo over the earth, so that all who hear them fear and tremble. The Carmonians will go forth from the forest in furious rage. They will come with great force and engage them in battle, and they will destroy part of the Assyrians' land with their teeth. After this, the serpents will remember their origin and become strong. They will turn, united in great strength, and pursue them. Their enemies will be confused and silent because of their power, and they will turn around and run away. From the Assyrians' land, an enemy will attack them in an ambush and will kill one of them. Their army will fall into fear and terror, and their kings in indecision. Look, angry storm clouds from the east and from the north to the south. Their appearance is very terrible. They will collide with each other and unleash a mighty tempest on the earth. Their own tempest. Blood will flow as high as the belly of a horse, a man's thigh and camel's hock because of their swords. Great fear and terror will be on the earth. Excuse me. Those who see that the wrath will be horrified and seized by fear. After this, mighty clouds will be moved from the south and the north, another portion from the west, but the winds from the east will prevail and will stop them together with the cloud that it stirred up in its wrath. The tempest that was to cause destruction will be driven violently from the east to the west. Great angry storm clouds will be raised up so that they may destroy the whole earth and its inhabitants. And they will unleash over every high and lofty place a terrible tempest, fire and hail, flying swords and much water, so that all the fields of the streams will be filled with the great quantity of those waters. They will destroy cities, walls, mountains, and hills. trees in the forest, grass in the meadows, and their grain. They will proceed steadily to Babylon to destroy it. They will come to it, surround it, and pour out their tempest and all their wrath over it. This is the world storm just getting tighter and tighter and tighter. Dust and smoke will go up to heaven, and all around will mourn it. Those who survive will serve those who destroyed it. You, Asia, you who share in Babylon's splendor and the glory of the mask that it wears, how terrible it will be for you, wretched one, because you have become like Babylon. You dressed up your daughters for sexual immorality, to please and take pride in your lovers, who have always lusted for you. You imitated that repulsive one in all of her works and devices. Therefore, God says, I will send disasters upon you, widowhood, poverty, hunger, sword, and disease, to desolate your houses, to bring you to devastation and death. Your glorious strength will dry up like a flower when the heat that is sent against you rises. Plagues will leave you weak and impoverished, wounded by whips, so that you can't receive the powerful lovers. Would I have been so jealous of you, says the Lord, if you hadn't consistently killed my chosen ones, rejoicing, clapping your hands, talking about their deaths when you were drunk. Make yourself beautiful. The fee due a prostitute is in your lap. Because of this, you will get what's coming to you. As you will do my chosen ones, says the Lord, so God will do to you and will give you over to disasters. Your children will die of hunger and you will fall by the sword. Your cities will be laid waste and your people will fall by the sword in the open field. Those who are in the mountains will perish by hunger. They will be so hungry for bread and so thirsty for water that they will eat their own flesh and drink their own blood. Already made miserable by the earlier disasters, you will come to suffer even more troubles as they return from Babylon. Passers-by will strike the repulsive city and will destroy her. They will destroy another portion of your glory and your land as they return from Babylon. You will be mown down by them like hay. They will come upon you like fire. They will devour you in your cities and your land and your mountains. They will burn all of your forests and fruit-bearing trees with fire. They will take your children captive, plunder your wealth, and put an end to your beautiful face. Chapter 16. How terrible it will be for you, Babylon, and Asia, how terrible. For Egypt and Syria, dress yourselves in mourning clothes, howl over your children and grieve for them because distress has drawn near to you. The sword has been sent against you, and who can turn it away? Fire has been sent against you, who can extinguish it? Disasters are sent against you, who can ward them off? Can anyone ward off a hungry lion in the woods? I so get the point, man. Oh my God, let's finish this up. Can anyone ward off a hungry lion in the woods, or put out a fire in the dried hay once it's begun to burn, or repel an arrow shot by a strong archer? The Lord God sends disasters. Who can ward them off? His anger blazes like fire. Who can extinguish it? When lightning flashes, who isn't afraid? When it thunders, who doesn't feel fear? The Lord threatens, and who isn't shaken to the core at his presence? The earth and its foundations shake. The sea heaves from the deep. Its waves and fish are sent into turmoil when the Lord shows his face and reveals the glory of his power. The one who shoots the arrow is mighty in the glory. The tip of the arrow he releases is sharp and won't miss when it's shot to the ends of the earth. That's the beam that comes up from the four lands. Look, disasters are sent forth, and they don't turn back until they fall upon the earth. Fire is lit, not extinguished until it consumes the foundations of the earth. As an arrow that is shot by a powerful archer does not turn back, so the disasters that will be unleashed upon this earth won't turn back. I am doomed. I am doomed. Who will save me when these days arrive? The beginning of groaning and an abundance of sighing. The beginning of famine and many people will perish. The beginning of wars, and powerful ones will be afraid. The beginning of disasters, and all will be terrified. What will they do when the disasters come? Look, a plague of famine has been sent out, and the distress that it inflicts is like a whip, a punishment for discipline. But in the midst of all these, they won't turn from their sins. They won't keep the plagues in mind. Look, a short time provisions will be so cheap on earth that people will think that peace has been established for them. But when disasters will blossom all over the earth, the sword and the famine. They will lack life's necessities. The sword will scatter those who survive the famine, and the dead will be tossed out like dung. There will be no one to console them, for the earth will be left abandoned, and its cities will be cast down. No farmer will be left to till the ground, or to sow seed upon it. Trees will yield fruit, but who will harvest them? Grapes will ripen, but who will gather them? There will be vast, empty wastelands. A person will want to see another human being and hear his voice. 10 will survive out of an entire city. Out of a field, only 2 who have hidden themselves in dense groves and fissures in the rocks will be left. As 3 or 4 olives are left on individual trees in an olive orchard, or as a vineyard that has been harvested by a few clusters are left by those who diligently search the vineyard, so in those days 3 or 4 will be left by those who search house to house with the sword. The earth will be left desolate, and its fields will be taken by the thorn bushes, and its roads and all of its paths will sprout thorns because sheep won't pass on them. Virgins will mourn, having no bridegrooms. Women will mourn, having no husbands. Their daughters will mourn, having no support. Their grooms will be killed in war, and their husbands will perish from famine. Listen to these things and understand them, you servants of the Lord. Here's the Lord's word. Accept it. Don't disbelieve the things that the Lord speaks about. Look, the disasters are approaching and won't be delayed. A woman in the 9th month of pregnancy, when the hour for giving birth arrives, experiences great pains around her womb for 2 or 3 hours beforehand. But when the infant is ready to come forth from the womb, she doesn't delay for 1 moment. In the same way, these disasters won't delay to come forth from the earth, but the world will groan, and pangs will envelop it. Hear this word, prepare yourselves for battle, and in the midst of disasters be like strangers on the earth. Let the person who sells be like a person who is about to run away, and the person who buys to be like a person who is about to lose. Let one who does business be as one who makes no profit. One who builds is one who won't get to live in the building. One who sows like one who will not reap. One who prunes as one who will not harvest. Those who get married as people who will have no children, and those who don't marry as though they were widowed. Because those who toil for no reason. Foreigners will gather their fruits, plunder their wealth, knock down their houses, and take children captive, for in captivity and hunger they will produce their offspring. Those who transact business do so only to be plundered. The longer they adorn their cities and houses, possessions and persons, the more I will be enraged against them on account of their sins. Just as a proper and good woman is enraged at a woman who is promiscuous, so justice will be enraged against sin when it tries to make itself beautiful, and will accuse it to its face, since he who defends it will come hunting up sins on the earth. Therefore don't be like it or its ways. Hold on. Oh, thank God. Okay. Look, just a little longer, and sin will be removed from the earth, and justice will rule over us. Let sinners not deny that they have sinned, for God will burn coals of fire over the head of those who say, I haven't sinned before God in his glory. Look, the Lord knows all the works of humanity, their devices, their plotting, their hearts. He said, let the earth be made, and it was made. Let heaven be made, and it was made. So were the stars established by his word, and he knows their number. He examines the abyss and its treasuries. He measures the sea and its continents, or its contents. He shuts up the sea in the midst of the waters, suspended over the earth, the waters by his word. He stretched out the heaven like a vaulted ceiling, and sank its pillars into the waters. He put springs of waters in the desert and lakes on the tops of mountains to send forth rivers from on high, so that the earth might drink. He informed the human being and put a heart in the middle of his body, and gave him a spirit, life, and intelligence, and the breath of God Almighty, who made all things and examines the things that are hidden in dark corners. He certainly knows your designs and what you think in your hearts. How terrible it will be for those who sin and want to hide that sin in their heart. The Lord certainly examine all of their works and will put you all on parade. You will be put to shame when your sins are paraded before people. Your own sins will stand up as your accusers on that day. So what will you do? How will you hide your sins before God in his glory? Look, God is a judge, so fear him, stop sinning, and forget your wicked practices. Never again to commit them. Yeah, I said that earlier. Then God will lead you out and deliver you from all tribulation. By the way, this whole fear, okay, that doesn't mean fear how we think of it today. It just means respect. It means, like, be wise in regards to, okay? It doesn't mean be scared. Look, the rage of a large crowd will be stirred up against you. They will take some of you and try to feed you meat that was sacrificed to idols. Those who consent to this will be mocked and disgraced by them and trampled underfoot. There will be great uprisings against those who fear the Lord in the many places of the neighboring cities. People will be like maniacs. There it is again. On account of their own distress. They will too. Watch, society's barely hanging on by a thread, okay? They will spare no one seeking to plunder and destroy those who still fear the Lord. They will destroy and rob their possessions and throw them out on their own homes. In that time, the genuine commitment of my chosen ones will be shown as gold that's tested by fire. Listen, my chosen ones, the days of distresses are at hand. I will deliver you from these. Don't fear or hesitate, for God is your leader. You who keep my commandments and precepts, says the Lord God, don't let your sins drag you down. Don't let wickedness get the upper hand over you. How terrible it would be for those who are choked by their sins and covered over by their iniquities, as a field is choked by overgrowth, and its paths are covered over by thorns, so that human can't pass through. It is shut off and consigned to destruction by fire. Wow, that was it. Hold on, let me stop sharing my screen. I'm so sorry that I got frustrated a little towards the end there. I did. Hold on, let me take this screen share stuff down. Okay, cool. Ooh, buddy. Man, that's a lot of redundant stuff. There's good stuff though. I shouldn't focus on. Let me take note from Ezra. Let's focus on the good, okay? Sorry about the redundant parts. That was my energy. I'm sorry about that. But the good, what can you take away from this? Okay. What I take away from this is, first and very tippy top foremost, the concept of repentance, okay? If you're a good person and you've done bad things, you're naturally going to feel like those bad things far outweigh your good things. But I promise you, they don't, okay? It's just that you're a good person, so those bad things burn more than if you're a bad person. Does that make sense? Okay? So don't be your own judge, jury, and executioner, okay? You need to forgive yourself. Let go of all your skeletons. Just admit it. You messed up. I screwed up. I'm sorry. Okay? I made some poor decisions. I did whatever I did. I stole, I hurt people, I killed, I lied. I don't know what else, people have done or whatever, but whatever it is, admit it to yourself. Say you did it. Say it was wrong. And let it go. Stop doing it. And look for all those wonderful opportunities to change the world. Like Sam Beckett in Quantum Leap, put right what once was wrong. Okay? You can do it. I promise you. And I'm talking to the good people. Just evil people, you're all going to continue being evil. I already know. All right? But all the good people, stop being so hard on yourselves. That's the whole message of this. Okay? That's what Ezra was doing throughout this entire thing, is being super hard on himself. And this angel kept on telling him, cut it out. Snap out of it, buddy. You're a good person. You need to start focusing on the good. Okay? That doesn't mean walk around. I gotta sit differently. That doesn't mean walk around gloating about it or bragging about being a good person or whatever. It just means keep that in mind. Don't depress yourself. Okay? It's one thing when the world is depressing. It's another whenever you won't let go of all of your inner crap and inner dialogue and just focusing on all the bad that you do. Blaming yourself. Let it go. Acknowledge it. Be wise. Let it go. Be honest. And just let it go. Move on. Move to those things that you do want to represent and that you do all the time, okay? Start thinking about all the good stuff that you've done. That'll help. Anyway, also the apocalypse is on the way, so, you might want to take note of that and log that away. The world's going to end pretty soon. After reading all that, I don't want to sugarcoat anything. I just want to let you know. You're going to see that electrical spirit person in the north. You're going to see a cosmic bird. You're going to see a big fat evil red eye in the sky. You're going to see the sky rip open. You're going to see the earth rip open. You're going to see people sink into the earth. You're going to see people fly up into the sky and get sucked up into the sky. All kinds of crazy stuff. But you will also see beautiful things if you persevere until the end. You will see animals of all kinds that once used to be predators getting along with each other. You'll see babies and children that can communicate instantly upon birth, upon being born. You'll see your friends and loved ones, your fellow tribal members never age, constantly growing and learning. You'll see beautiful, amazing wonders, earthly wonders, cosmic wonders. You'll hear the most beautiful music. You'll no longer be a consumer. You won't feel so tired. You'll be full of energy. Not the bad kind, like frickin' Monster energy drinks or whatever. Not that kind of energy. Not jittery energy. Just natural energy. There's good news, man. So, the point of this whole thing is there is an apocalypse on the way, okay? Something that will help me and some of you out there to be patient while we wait for it is simply living a good life, okay? This is my self-talk now, okay? Because I want the apocalypse to happen. So what I'm going to do, instead of just complaining that it's not happening every single day, like Ezra was, basically, or complaining how Job has complained and others, is allow myself to be distracted by all the wonderful opportunities that life has to offer. You know what I mean? Contributing where I can. That's it. Holy moly, macaroni. Listen, I asked ChatGPT how long it was going to take to read this, and it said an hour to an hour and a half. I think it said an hour and a half. I'm quite certain this is like a 4-hour live stream. Let me check. Oh, yeah. Oh, fridge. Oh, my God. 4.5 hours. That's insane. No wonder I'm tired. All right. Well, anyways, have fun with that. I'm sure. Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope you get something out of it. And I I had a good time. Thanks for listening to me. And until next time, I'm JayDreamerZ saying good vibes and goodbye.
But something's forcing me to stay. It'd be easier on me if I turn away to flee. But there's something holding on, the way being long gone. There's so many ways to escape, but I guess it's time to wake up, time to wake up. Find so many ways to escape, but I guess it's time to wake up, time to wake I'll try so hard to fade away, but something's forcing me to stay. It'd be easier for me if I turn away to flee. But there's something holding on in the way of being long gone. There's so many ways to escape, but I guess it's time to wake up, time to wake up. Far too many ways to escape, but I guess it's time to wake up, time to wake up. Time to wake up, time to wake up, baby. Time to wake up, time to wake up. Time to wake up, time to wake up, baby. Time to wake up.